All right, hello. Hi, everybody. We've got it all sorted. Welcome to the stream. Oh, dang it. My computer shut down last night for some reason. Like, everything in my office was off. But that wasn't the case anywhere else in the house. So I don't know what happened in my room specifically. But everything seems to be running fine. It's just that things that I thought were open are not open. So. The usual. Okay, let's see. Are we good? Yeah, there we are. Hello. Hello, everybody. No, because when we have like a breaker circuit problem, it's not just my room. It should be my room and Clarky's room that get affected, but her room was fine. So I don't know why. Yeah, it was actually really fun to make the schedule. Dude, I don't know anybody who's at least like openly talked about making their stream schedule in Canva, but I tried making my schedule in Canva and I was like, holy shit, this is the way. This is the way to go, dude. So yeah, I figured out how to use Canva last night after Godforged. The first iteration was very graphic design is my passion. I sent it to Nick Horst, and they were like, homie, there are so many fonts. What the fuck is this? I was like, I don't know. But yeah, I like the way that it looks now. I'm still getting some feedback on like readability and stuff, but I think I'm in like the right direction now. I did. Do you want to see it? Here, I'll show it to you. I'll show you what this shit looked like for first run. Oh no, I deleted it. Wait, is it in my... Hold on. It might be in the bin. It might be in the recycling bin. Hold on. I deleted it. No! The goofs. Oh, thank God. It's still there. Okay. Restore. Phew. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Look at all these fonts and shit, dude. This is what I made at first. And I got a lot of good feedback on it from my buds. So yeah. That was round one, and I did like I think 3 more iterations of it, but I got good feedback from people that helped me basically like make that in, I don't know, like an hour and a half. A bit more cluttered than what you actually published. Yeah. In the end, Summer gave me the I originally had the times on the other side, and Summer was like, no. We are English language readers. We go left to right, dude. You got to put the times on the left. And then Nick was like, just make the fonts the same. Make the font for every title the same. Otherwise, people won't know what the fuck they're looking at. I was like, okay. And yeah, it looks way better. So. But yeah, now I'm like, oh my gosh, I can make all kinds of stuff on there. I resized it for my offline image. I don't think that it updated though, so I like re-uploaded it for that because there were people in chat who were like, when's the stream start? And I was like, it's on the picture. But I don't think that it applied. Ugh, unfortunately. So yeah. What's nice about Canva, so the thing that Canva is like super intuitive, by the way, but like something that's really nice about it for a stream schedule is it has a lot of what are called frames, which are basically just shapes that you can plonk down, and when you pull something on top of it, it takes that shape. So if you were like, I want this picture, but I want it to be in a heart shape, and I don't want to have to crop it or anything. You just pull like a heart frame out and then pull the picture that you want on top of the heart. So for a stream schedule, if you want to be utilizing like images, it's really nice because each week you can just be like, all right, here's what I'm playing, drag the image in and it replaces the old image and then print, done. Yeah, very user friendly. I was very happy with it. So a counterpoint, we enjoy a bit of chaos. All the fonts should be different. But if the hope is that people look at it and go, oh, now I know what's going on the streams, I don't know that that's helpful, you know? I appreciate the energy. I don't think, you know, for the reason why I'm doing it. Yeah. So I think I'll probably adjust the colors a bit more. That's the only thing that I haven't been able to like totally figure out in Canva. I think I have to find like hex code. I have to put code in. I don't think that they'll I don't think there's any kind of like a color wheel that pops up to choose colors, which is fine. But it meant that like at the time last night I was pretty lazy with it. Like, what colors are we working with? I'll do these colors. They work. Thank you, Subber. If you aren't even willing to put it an hour or two to decipher the schedule, they deserve to be on time. Oh my god. We just got back from the park. Clarky's been begging to go to the park for like 3 days, but as you all know, or maybe not all of you, as some of you know, we've been at birthdays for the last like 2 days. And yesterday, right after the birthday, we were like, okay, after we go to this birthday, we'll go to the park, because Clarky's been begging. But we the second we left the birthday, it started to rain. So we said, okay, no, we're not gonna go to the park in the rain, although that's very English. We're not gonna go to the park in the rain. We'll go to the park tomorrow, because literally everything's gonna be closed tomorrow. So, you know, it'd be a good day to do it. And Clark was upset. But then this morning, my brother and sister-in-law texted and they were like, yo, what you guys doing today? Do you want to go do something? And we were like, park? So, yeah, the girls got to play at the park. That was very fun. My sister-in-law was really cute and then made us all a packed picnic lunch of sandwiches. Adorable. The girls were having too much fun and did not even eat their sandwiches. You know, classic kid stuff. But yeah, it was very fun. It was a really good morning. Clark is super into making cards right now. So we made 2 birthday cards, right, for kids. We made 2 birthday cards for the 2 birthdays that we went to. And now Clark is like, I'm a card making master. So today she was like, I'm going to make a card for River. It's like, oh, okay. So, yeah, it's not a school day. That explains the stream time. Yes. Yeah, we had to start at 1 today because, no school today. Did Sam eat the sandwiches for them? Sam was asleep. Sam got to sleep in. Well, not sleep in. Sam got to do his normal amount of sleeping. Hi, John. No school. Holiday? Yeah, it's the Queen's funeral today. So literally everything is shut down. We were Googling. We were at the park and we were Googling stuff, just being like, surely this is open. And it wasn't. Everything's closed. Absolutely everything. I came home and I was like, all right, Sam, I'm starting work. By the way, literally everything's closed. So we will be eating quesadillas tonight because we have tortilla and we have cheese. So that's the plan there. We've also got pasta and like pasta jars and stuff, but like, you know, we've just got the pantry staples, Dabs. Even a lot of things that aren't closed on a normal bank holiday are closed. Yeah, that's what we were saying. We were like, wow. Everything closed. That's fine. Surely Asda, the most English of stores, is open. If it is the most English of anything, it's definitely closed today. Yeah, both of the girls were like, oh, we could go get McDonald's. And we were like, first of all, your auntie literally made you a sandwich. So what the fuck? And second of all, it's closed. All the McDonald's are closed today, kids. I know. Yeah, I was just saying I made the schedule in Canva. I've never used Canva before, but I keep seeing, you know, if you're on TikTok a lot, you've probably seen like 8,000 of those videos where people are like, I make $4,000 a month on Canva, you know? So I was like, well, if people can like shit out terrible composition notebooks with it, I can probably make something with it. And it's oh my god, it's actually like extremely intuitive, like very, very user friendly. I want to use it for everything now. Like, oh my god, I can make all kinds of stuff on this just for myself. That's great. So yeah, I was just saying I want to adjust like the readability of some stuff. If I'm like doing it every week on Sunday, then, you know, I'll have lots of opportunities to futz around with it. But yeah, I want to adjust a couple of things like color wise, readability wise, but overall I'm pretty happy with it. Canva's great. We should all make 4K a month on it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, like I was just saying to Sam the other day, like I really want to make a checklist, and you might say, Dodger, just write a checklist, but fuck you. I was saying to Sam, I really want to make like a nice checklist for myself that I can use every day. That's like all the things I need to do for the animals, so that I, just in case I like forget stuff, because occasionally I'll forget like one thing and be like, oh fuck, you know. So I was like, I really want to make like a nice checklist for the animals and then laminate it so it can be you know, so I can just use like a whiteboard marker on it and just reuse it over and over and over again. And now I'm like, oh my god, I should make that in Canva, dude. Dude, I should make that in Canva. What's so great about Canva that you can't do with Photoshop? I don't know how to describe exactly like what it is, but it's like it has a lot of quality of life stuff hyper specific to graphic design. So if you're trying to make something like my schedule that I made, it's just super intuitive to use and has so much at your disposal to make exactly what you're trying to make. It has shit tons of fonts, all kinds of different shapes and things. It's just things like snap to each other to the same size really nicely. I don't know how to describe why it's like so easy to use, but how long did it take to make the one you did? About an hour. I was showing everybody my first iteration of it, which is very messy, but I made this in like half an hour, 40 minutes, and then I want to say I futzed around with it for an extra like half an hour to make the final version of it. But I might have also been like super focused in and it felt like it took less time than it did. But I want to say like around hour and a half at most to make the schedule from scratch. I didn't use a template. I just plopped shit down. Yeah, very fast. Yee. We can I don't know. Maybe like at some point I can just pop it open on stream and just like next time that I need to, you know, change it and just do a short stream and be like, I'm doing my schedule. Here it is, you know. All right. Let's see. I don't know what the warnings are for Foretales. I can't remember. It's not like particularly, like there's fighting in it, but it's not particularly violent. Is the schedule helpful for promotion? I see some big streamers do them. So I had asked chat, we did the Dracula stream and a bunch of people kept coming in and being like, I didn't even know this was happening, or like, oh my God, I didn't know you did a second one. Like I've missed one, you know, that sort of a thing. And I was like, yeah, I need to get better about like getting the word out that I'm doing this sort of stuff, but I'm not sure exactly what to do. And then I said, I have friends that do a weekly schedule. Would that be helpful? And I got, I want to say like 95+% of people who responded were like, yes, that would be so helpful. So I figured if I made the graphic with the intention of using it on Twitter and then just expanded the graphic for like my offline image and stuff like that, just basically make one image that I can reuse in a couple different places to help people know when things are happening, that would probably be pretty useful. So that's it. Because we've been doing lots of evening stuff, but it's never the same. It always changes, you know. So yeah, I've got it on my calendar every Sunday to change it and retweet it. So I should get a nice little obnoxious thing in the middle of Godforge that's like, hey, don't forget, update your stream schedule. Schedules are really good if you do events or collaborations. Yeah, that as well. And you know, I hemmed and hawed about putting the D&D games on the schedule because I was like, well, those don't happen on my channel, but I'm in 3 games, you know, like it feels worth it to put it on there. I did wonder if I should have a way to denote like, I'm in this thing. This thing doesn't happen on my channel, but I am in it. I think a way around that would be just like for me to always host the game, you know, to make sure I'm always hosting it when it happens. What are you doing with Bree on Saturday? So Bree and I both have extremely messy character sheets for Godforged. And we're like about to fight the BBEG baby, and we were both going, I'm positive I'm like missing some of the shit that I should be able to do. So we wanted to do a stream where we basically like went through top to bottom our characters and figured out like how to write down everything that we can do to remind ourselves when we're in combat and stuff like that. Isn't Twitch getting rid of the hosting feature? What? Are they? That would be super weird if they are. They are? What? Why? Raids only now? Why? No, I didn't hear about that. That's dumb. I don't like that. What? Apparently people weren't really using it. Okay. I assume because when hosting you have a separate chat? Do you? Huh. Okay.
Whatever.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying, like, there's a whole new chat instance created when you hosted somebody. Okay. Okay. Well. Oh my god. All right. Shall we play? Let's play. I can't find any warnings for this game. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was just an easy way, not saying that I always consistently used it, but it was just an easy way to be like, hey, I'm offline, but go watch this, you know? So for things like D&D, it was very convenient. So I'm wondering if they plan on replacing it with something like that. Just like perhaps you'd be interested in this thing that's happening right now. You can still do it with raids, but with a raid, you have to be there for the raid, don't you? So if somebody shows up after the raid has already happened, they're just on your channel that's offline, right? So they're like for different uses. You can raid when your channel's offline, but that's not what I'm saying though. If I'm in the middle of a D&D game, I'm not going to be going to my channel to like say /raid, you know? A host is like ongoing for the entirety of that person's stream, right? Yeah, I feel like a constant raid situation would also be confusing. Like, if they could even just do a thing that's like, Dodger's offline, but would like you to check out this. And then it's, you know, Brett's channel, Joe's channel, the Going Crit channel, whatever other thing I was on. You know. I think if I was like, I'm going to go see what Joe's up to and went twitch.tv/Joe Fudge and then got pushed to Gmart's channel instead, I'd be like, what the fuck happened? So there needs to be some like readability on the user's part of why, like what's happening when you try to go to someone's channel, you know? Okay. Let's try to get this going, y'all. Oh, this screen isn't on. That's the problem. Oop, that was my computer. That was me. 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 Me. That was me. That was me. That was me. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Turn you down, baby. Okay. Oh, jeez. So, this game, we played this during one of our demo days. It is a fantasy card-based storytelling game where you play different animal characters. And at the end of the... Well, not the end, actually. It let you keep playing, but it was around where we stopped. There was, like, some cool twisty shit happened in this game. So, yeah, I'm excited to try this out now that it's done. Volpin needs money to help his father and the local miners. His friend Leo says there's someone in town with a very lucrative job offer. Welcome to Foretales, an adventure game where you progress by combining cards and exploring decks. This is it, Volpin. Our ticket to the easy life. One last job and our days of stealing apples from the market are behind us. That's what you said last time. Who's this contact of yours? His name's Timothy. He says he's got work for people like us. And you're sure he can pay? I could really do with the money right now. Don't worry, he promised a hefty reward. Should be more than enough to help your father and the miners with the strike, and for me to make an early retirement. He's just a little difficult to track down in town sometimes. We'd better ask around then.
Looks like a good place to start.
Good day to you, young bird. How can I be of assistance? We're looking for somebody by the name of Timothy. I see. A very secretive fellow is he. I think I heard something about him the other day. Oh, sadly, my memory isn't what it once was. Right. What might jog your memory, I wonder? A bite to eat usually does the trick. About 5 food should be sufficient. 5? That's enough to last a few days. Ignore my friend. We'll come back with some food for you. We already have 1. A typical region of the game is composed of 3 to 6 location cards placed on the board. You can learn more by hovering your cursor over a card. Sometimes clicking on cards will also trigger dialogue or a reaction from your characters. Try it out for yourself. Click on the left card with the beggar. He'll remind you of what he wants. Morsel of food. Demanding work for an old man like me. I'd like to see you try it. Yeah, I'll get your food. 2 types of action cards at your disposal. Skill cards of your adventurers and consumables. Targets will often be location cards, but not always. When you hover over one of your cards, the possible targets are highlighted, along with hints as to what will happen if you play there. Conversely, if you place your cursor over elements of the board, it will highlight the action cards you can play there. Take a moment to explore your current cards and see if you can figure out a way to find enough food to proceed. A deadly shot. Right, so hold on. I'm covering up some stuff here. Hold on. Yoomp. I've become tiny. I'm gonna rotate myself and go here. I think this will work fine. Okay. Yoop. Yoop. Okay. Distraction. Nimble hands. When you're born with nothing, you steal what you can to survive. Wait. Add a creature to the search party. Nah. He didn't notice a thing.
They don't need the calories.
One very important rule to remember, you can only play 1 card per location on the board. Sometimes it will transform the target card into another, but most of the time it will just consume it and travel you to the next card. A standard used card from the board will go back to the bottom of the exploration deck. Once a slot is available, it will automatically be filled with the top card from the exploration deck. You can't run out of location cards to explore because the exploration deck always cycles. How much food did he want? 5. Okay. Go to the noisy tavern. Move to the next location.
Hardly what you'd call gourmet, but needs must.
All right, I think we've got enough now. Let's see what this guy knows. Oh, thank you, young bird. Now, about this Chimothy chap. Of course, where are my manners? Follow this path.
That should show the way. Well, how very altruistic.
Thanks for the tip, Fred. And good day to you. Well, what now? I suppose we should follow the old beggar's directions on that piece of paper. Sometimes you'll have to seek directions to progress on the story and reach new destinations. Check the descriptions on your cards. Yeah, that piece of paper.
You really do make a lot of enemies, Vol.
A hostile token is blocking the card. You won't be able to play any cards on this suspicious street until you get rid of the bandits. If you click on the token, you can see the creatures forming the group and decide whether to engage or not. Most confrontations start with a negotiation phase. If you have the correct resources, you might be able to discard this threat without any violence. If you don't absolutely need to play a card here, you may as well avoid any conflict and play on the other cards available. Wait, what are these? Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's engage.
Let's not spill blood unless we absolutely have
When you
to.
hover over the cards at your disposal, you may discover ways to get rid of some of your opponents. If you get rid of enough opponents, you'll bring the morale of the group down to 0 and the rest will flee. If you use an aggressive card, the confrontation will automatically turn into a fight. If you don't have any cards to play, or you don't want to play any cards, on the auto battle token click on the auto battle token to trigger the fight manually. Volpank can inspire compassion to attract potential allies. I want no part of that. An enemy was removed from the confrontation. In most cases, this will subtract its level from the enemy's morale. Should the enemy morale reach 0, the remaining hostiles will flee. The level of an enemy is the number in the top left corner of their card. Okay, nice. Oh, I need 2, but I don't have enough. I see. Okay, well. Both sides will automatically attack the opponent directly, opposite them, or to the left if no one is directly in front. Between each round of attack, you can play 1 card per adventurer. If you don't want to play cards, you can use the auto battle token. Here's a breakdown of creature cards. The number in the red token at the bottom left represents their health. Bring it to 0 and the creature is dead. The number next to the sword icon is the attack score. That's the number of health points removed every round to the creature directly opposite when the fists finally start to fly. The number in the top left corner is the level of the creature. Pretty important. It's the value removed from the enemy's morale when the creature is removed from combat. In a confrontation, there can be 1 or 2 fighters per side per column. Only the front creature will take damage from the auto battle phase. It will take damage equal to the sum of the attack scores of the opposition. Creatures in the back can only be affected by action cards or after the creature in front of them has been defeated.
A much-needed boost.
Oh, I see.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
You've brought the enemy morale to 0. When you trigger a panic, each fleeing enemy grants you 1 of
Just
those.
as I suspected.
At least one of your adventurers is down to their last few skill cards. You can use the rest deck to recover some. Since rest cards will give skill cards back to all adventurers, it's often a good idea to use actions from all your adventurers and not just one. If you spread the effort between them, they won't have to rest as often. Okay.
Well, back at it then.
Okay. Don't expect it to be that easy all the time. The next card in the deck will cost you food or health. Last card of the rest deck is always game over. Be sure to check how many times you can hope to rest in a region. Once you move on to the next region, the rest deck will be replaced with a new set of cards. The number of rest cards in the next region is independent of how many you've used. Okay, interesting. Sorry, I know we just started. I forgot to grab water, so I'm gonna grab water super duper fast, okay? BRB, I'm sorry. Okay, hello. Ugh. Oh my god, I forgot that Sam gave me one of his fancy brownies yesterday. I'm gonna eat the rest of that. Mmm. Okay. What are we doing? This face looks like a reaction image. What am I looking at? Okay.
An army marches on its stomach. The same goes for a band of thieves and weirdos.
I want more Grim. Yeah.
Seems you've attracted some heat, Volpan. You really do make a lot of enemies.
Whoa,
Volpan.
come on, man. I'm just a humble thief. I'm just a humble thief doing my thing. Give us some money. Block kids. What do you want, mister? Receive local chit chat. Or I can steal from them? That seems a bit fucked up. Oh, or I can kill them? Holy shit. I ain't that kind of bird, dude. Tell me some chit chat. Oh, thank you.
What have you got there?
Uh-oh. It's fine.
Here they come.
It's fine. How many cards do we have left? Does it say? Oh, and I only have one full pack card left. But I have 7 Leo cards left? Really? Okay, let's do this fight then.
Let's not spill blood unless we absolutely have to.
I did get the cool brownies for Sam's birthday. And he gave me 2 out of the 8 brownies, which was very sweet. Oh! He was like, you should have one. They're really good with coffee. And I was like, oh, okay. Space Candy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How are you? I hope you had a good stream. Oh my god, can I steal from you? I want to. Great. Yeah, you don't want to be in this fight, dude. Bye. Welcome everybody, I'm Dodger. I play games and I drink coffee and I talk about whatever. We're playing Foretales. We played this game during the Steam demo days and I really liked it and it's out now. So we're trying it out properly. It's like a card-based game. It uses cards to tell a story, right? So you use cards to like walk through villages, to interact with people. You use cards for absolutely everything. So we're right at the start of the game, and I keep stealing from people, so everybody's looking for us. So we're probably gonna start running into lots of people who are like, "Hey, stop!" Which is not ideal, but you know, we do what we can out here.
Oh, that looked painful. Didn't fancy your chances, eh?
Cool. Okay, so I'm out of Volpan cards. We should probably rest. Spend 2 food, recover up to 3 skills per adventure. Yeah. I keep stealing food as well. So I'm good for that. Sure, let's do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you?
Oh my god, I only have 2 Volpan cards. I need to use more Leo cards. Gold and food. Sure.
Ah, Leo would be pleased with that.
Stop, thief. You never starve if you know where to look.
You better have a warrant.
Uh-oh. Somebody found us. Oh no. That next rest looks bad. One food, one fame. And make a crowd. Let's see what happens when you do that. Leo's mighty roar draws a crowd of curious townsfolk. For what purpose? Oh my god, that's fucked up. We draw a crowd so we can pickpocket them. Haha! Turn this into a tavern brawl, sure.
Gesundheit. Thank you. Well, that's
Call the watch. No, come on, man. How do you know it was us? We didn't do nothing.
Ho ho ho! What have you got there? Friends of yours, Volpan.
Another fight. Okay. Oh no! Uh-oh. That's my last rest card? That's a game over. Ah, shoot. Okay. Well, now we know, don't we? Engage. Let's go.
Perhaps you can grease.
One of the hostiles you're facing has a special power. Special powers are signified by wooden tokens on the left side of the creature cards. Enemy powers can trigger during the negotiation phase or during combat. They may trigger once or every few rounds. If you hover over a creature card, you'll see a detailed description of its power. Add a constable to the search party every round? We gotta get rid of that dude. Absolutely not.
I hope you know what you're doing fighting the watch. Ah yes, died in the line of duty.
Remember when we stole from that exact house earlier? And now we can show up and be like, oh, are you hungry? It's pretty messed up. Here we go. A heavily bandaged figure stood alone in the alleyway. He looks like he was waiting for someone. As Volpan and Leo approach, the figure turns to greet them. Ah, Leo, you're finally here and you brought a crow. I'm a shoebill. Of course you are. We heard you have work. Do I ever, but before we get down to brass tacks, I always like to get an understanding of who it is I'm working with. What do you mean? I'd like a demonstration of the value you'll bring to this operation. A demonstration? Yes, you know, skills, my boys. Show me your skills. The pair look at each other perplexed. What does he mean, skills? Combat? Sleight of hand? Maybe just a good old trick shot from Leo? Oh, goodness. What if I were to steal your purse right from under your nose? That would be impressive, especially as you've just warned me you were about to... Hold on a moment. With a wry smile, Volpan produces a finely embroidered purse full of gold. The masked figure was taken aback. Impressive indeed. Here you go. All present and correct. I'll tell you what, keep it. Consider it your first payment. Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, nice. Now then, perhaps you'd like to tell us what it was you needed. I would like for the two of you to acquire an item for me, an instrument, in fact, a very rare, beautiful lyre that is currently in the possession of the esteemed Lady Cattell. You mean the old bat who lives on the hill? I wouldn't call her that to her face, but yes, that is her. I'd like you to break into her manor, steal the lyre, and bring it to me at the Holy Grove. The Holy Grove? I know the place well. I'll get you there myself, Volpan. Excellent, then I shall leave you to it. I look forward to our next meeting. All right, we got a job to do. At long last. We'll get straight to it if you think we're ready to go. Or we could spend some more time on the streets to prepare. It's your call. You've completed this region. Let's get out of here because I have no rest cards left. Thank you. Move on when you're ready. Bye. Guards. Oh, nice. Okay. There are now several hostile creatures in the search party. The deck of cards represents the animals chasing your party. Each time a new location card appears on the board, if it has a search party call token with an eye, it may spawn a group of enemies from the search party. Some of your actions may also add hostiles to the search party. Hostiles that you may have to face later. Be careful. It's very old, old Disney animals, yeah. Very, Jungle Book, very Robin Hood. I agree. Timothy said the instrument is inside Lady Cattell's manor. The big house with the labyrinth? That's the one. Getting through that hedge maze is going to be tough. I think I saw some gardeners wandering around earlier. Maybe they'd know the way.
Oh no, the cops. Volpan was ready to take on
The fuzz. All we need to do is lead the gardener to the labyrinth, and the rest should be easy. We'll see about that.
A fine spot for looting.
Yes, indeed. Most decks on the board can be browsed. For example, if you check the content of the exploration deck, you can see what the next locations will be revealed. Maybe your current objective is somewhere in there. Maybe you want to check if the card you're looking for is coming soon. If a card is not in the exploration deck, there may be a way to access it with a swap effect or a story progression effect. Remember, the exploration deck is cycling.
Be a way in.
I can see some documents through the glass. You think they'll be useful? Only one way to find out. Maybe the gardener could open the door for us. This looks like the map of the labyrinth. Look, only the inner part of the maze. Why can't anything be simple? It's better than nothing. I'm sure we can find something to show us the way to the middle. Or someone. get another gardener.
You need some help, sir?
Yes, please. Come here. Thank you.
What have you done this time?
Don't worry about it.
We have an appointment with the lady of the house. Will you, show us the way through the maze?
I've trimmed these hedges many a time. Follow me.
That's quite a statue.
Whoa.
What is it?
Sorry, sirs. I'd rather not go any further. What? You're serious? But we're barely halfway.
Yes, honey. Yeah, that's fine. You can be open, honey. Yes, my darling. You okay?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh. Are you sure he was awake when you asked him? Would you like me to come with you and ask him? Okay. One sec, chat.
Okay.
It's haunted. It's a haunted statue. It's a foreboding haunted statue.
I think I hear guard patrol coming. Quick, hide.
Fighting
No,
the
come
local
on,
law
man.
enforcement doesn't seem like the smartest move, Volpa.
Patrols we can deal with. How are we going to find our way through the rest of the labyrinth?
We found the map, remember? It should help us figure out the best route.
Of course, let's take a look once we've dealt with the watch. If at any point you're lost during a mission, you can always use the hint system. Hovering over the button will show a very condensed reminder of your current objective. Using the hint system will trigger some help based on your current situation. What's this? Recover up to 3 skill cards per adventurer, but a small troop of guards is added to the search party. Sure.
Wake up, sleepyhead. The world's
Oh
still
my
ending.
god, that's
It's
so
forgotten.
many. What the hell? Oh my god. Okay.
Killing guards will only bring more guards. Maybe there's another way.
He'll leave. He'll leave. And then he'll leave. And then
Just as
morale
I
should be low enough they all leave.
They're all on the take.
Nice. Using the hint system multiple times may give more explicit help.
All right, we got directions.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
If I'm reading this right, we should be there in no time.
Good thing, too. It's almost night.
Perfect timing. The darker the better.
That's Lady Catel's manor.
Finally.
Maybe that was the hard part, and it's all downhill from here.
Wishful thinking.
Is the tiger hot? Don't do this, chat. It's getting dark. It's time to get down to business.
Hold on a second. This could be our last chance to rest up. I need my nimble hands at the ready.
Sometimes your adventurers won't have their best skill cards in their hands. At any time you're not in combat, you can trade a skill card from your hand for another one. Drag the card above its owner's head and choose the new card. Oh, interesting. The card is unavailable from your draw pile. You'll have to pay a fixed price. The cost of resting can also be pretty high. Be careful not to burn through too many skill cards. Okay, interesting. Do what you do best. I'll cover the exit. Under the cover of night, Volpan ghosted into the manor undetected. He darted through the corridors until he reached the main hall, and there, in plain sight, stood the lyre in all its splendor, glinting in the moonlight. All he had to do was reach out and take it.
The second he touched the mysterious lyre, Volpan felt an ancient power flowing through him. Reality fractured and exploded into an infinite number of worlds, all identical and yet somehow distinct. Beyond the webs of fate, he witnessed all possible futures, resonating, vibrating, clashing. Then he saw, and he knew. He, his loved ones, his city, his kingdom, his world, everything was going to disappear, swallowed up by a cataclysm whose origin lurked behind the veil of possibilities.
That's where we stopped playing the demo last time. So you can imagine all of us like, pardon? The second he touched the relic, the sheer power of the visions caused poor Volpan to collapse on the spot. Leo took his unconscious friend on his back and fled the mansion, an army of guards at his heels. Hang in there, old friend. We can get through this. I'll deal with the guards and get you to a safe place. Volpan? Volpan! You completed this mission with a few victims in your graveyard deck. For now, it won't change anything, but beware, if you leave a trail of bodies behind, you may have to face consequences.
Cease to amaze me, Volpan.
Yay, victory! Volpan awoke in the forest of Ronserai, his head throbbing, the lyre on the ground beside him, and Leo was nowhere to be found.
Leo? Leo? Where is he? What happened?
That moment, he remembered the visions.
It can't be.
Before he had time to think, Volpan was struck with a vision of his friend in prison. A wave of despair swept over him.
Leo, where are they taking him? Are they going to execute him? Oh, gods, please no.
This is a Doom event card. It symbolizes a tragic event that only Volpan can see and that will lead the world to its end. The number above the Doom event indicates how many turns you have left before it happens, or at least if you do That's if you do nothing to prevent it. Each mission you complete costs a turn. If you fail to complete a mission, you can always retry with no time penalty.
I gotta help him.
They must have locked him up in Eisenberg prison. This is a mission card. The choice of which missions you complete and the order in which you complete them is crucial to preventing doom events from occurring. Missions also contain secret side objectives and choices, all leading to different outcomes. It's up to you to experiment and make the right choices to fight fate.
I'm coming, Leo. Wait, what?
Impossible!
Volpan struck with another flash, the smell of blood, the clash of metal, the roar of a battle, a vision of a massacre yet to come.
The miners' strike. Father, the militia are preparing an attack on the blockade. Lady Cattell must be behind this. I have to warn them or they'll all be slaughtered. If I'm going to warn the miners, I need to find their leader, Karst. They won't budge an inch without his say-so. Oh, what have I done? It's the instrument!
Volpan looked at the strange lyre with disgust.
I wish I'd never touched this thing. Maybe if I give it back to Lady Cattell, it might smooth things over. After all, a fault confessed is half redressed. If I write a letter of apology and present it to the Council of Mothers, they might be able to put pressure on Cattell and prevent her from ordering the massacre.
Volpan looked at the lyre once more before packing it into his satchel. Slowly, painfully, he dragged himself to his feet.
All right, Volpan, you can fix this.
He took a look around in an effort to get his bearings. To his left, he saw the fumes of the city rising above the trees. To his right, the silhouette of the Ferris Mount shrouded in the acrid smoke of the mines.
Better get moving.
Your adventure begins now. Make your own choices, discover their consequences. Welcome to Foretales. Okay, so we know that in two like events, Leo's gonna die, and in 3 events, our dad is gonna die. So the question is, like, the theft of the relic didn't go as planned. Leo's in jail. Lady Cattell is out for revenge. I ain't got no companions. It's just me, baby. City Watch is holding Leo in the local jail. Volpan needs to find a way inside to rescue him. Oh, no, we did do this part. I remember this now. We did play long enough to get to this part.
Leo's locked up in there. There has to be a way in.
I got a friend in there. I was hoping to be able to pay him a visit.
Visit? What you think this is, a bloody retirement home? I'm so sorry.
Perhaps we could come to some kind of an arrangement.
If you arrange for me to get 5 francs, I'll forget I ever saw you.
Ah, what, 5? Where am I gonna get that from?
I don't know. I guess I'll have to fucking steal it.
Right.
Huh?
Who called the cops?
Receive a nasty little secret. Ooh, I do like nasty secrets. Ooh, okay. Turn into a bunch. Wait, oh, well, my Grimm's gone.
Yoink.
I'll steal from just about anybody. If it means I get my buddy out of jail.
Lovely.
Shiny is miney. Do you know a way in the prison besides getting arrested?
Yeah, besides getting arrested.
No idea, but you could ask around the other kids. Most of our parents have been in the clink at some time or another, sir. Well, if there's a hidden entrance, somebody's got to know about it. Maybe some street kids or shady locals could help.
Receive a street urchin. Hey kid, shouldn't you be in school?
Maybe I can help you.
You've recruited one fighting ally. Allies can be used on your adventuring cards during fights. They add their attack score to the attack of the adventurer for as long as they survive. Depending on the type of ally, they will position themselves in front of or behind your adventurer. Front allies and add a layer of protection and preserve your health, but may not survive the whole fight. Allies in the back will only serve as support to increase the attack, but they are most likely to survive until the end of the confrontation. Whether they survive or not, allies used in combat are discarded at the end of the confrontation. Okay.
Well, if you're not using it, may as well take the gold.
Got it.
As it turned out, the guards...
I'm coming, Leo! Region complete. Move on when you're ready. Absolutely. Well, 6 gold required.
Well, never suspected a thing. Feeling rested?
I guess. Alrighty. Prison was dark, dank, and foreboding. Mournful wails echoed down the grimy corridors. Guards prowled the halls, eager to dish out a beating to anyone who stepped out of line. Slipping by unnoticed wasn't going to be easy.
I'd recognize that tail anywhere. Ooh, this could get messy. Now who could that be?
I get the sense you're not supposed to be here, yes? I know a little magic trick that could throw the guards off your trail.
A bunch of rioters. I need to use the lockpicks in here, though.
They could be persuaded to look the other way, You're taking on the guards of the watch?
Yeah, maybe.
It's fine.
All right. Who wants a taste?
Uh-oh.
You must be doing something right.
Nice. Can we talk when I'm out of here? Look for the warden. She must have the key. Why can't I just pick it? Well, kind of. Spare me the details. Just get me out.
Please? Who needs them?
Let's get out of here. Rendezvous at my shack on the other side of the forest.
Got it.
Nice. Pretty sure when I tried to do this before, I insta-died in here. Yeah, fuck him. I don't know who else is in here, but Leo's my boy and he's out, so we're going. Oh, look at Cutie.
Friends of yours, Volpan?
I've still got my street urchin. I've received the forest druid. Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, now you're in for it.
Leo's shack is on the other side of this forest. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Time to get moving. Bro, what the fuck? That's a lot of boys. Ooh, and healing plants. Yes, please. Forest patrol. Our hot boy is saved. Guys, please. He's a very masculine tiger, okay? We're all thinking it. Hold on.
Those good deeds are finally paying off. Leaving so soon?
Chat, y'all have some repressed Frosties memories.
The guards want a fight? Let's give them one.
Oh my god.
Rise and shine, Volpan.
Not the most efficient way to travel. Skill cards with no effect on a particular location or encounter will at least remove this card. If what you need for a mission is to reach a card somewhere in the exploration deck, moving forward is useful. Okay.
Looks like someone was after you. I can make it all disappear for the right price.
Nice. Good. My boy! Leo appears from his hiding spot, grinning. Volpan, how nice of you to drop by.
I'm glad you're okay, buddy.
Come inside, I'll make some
Home
tea.
in time for dinner.
Yay! We did it! We saved him! I'm so proud. He's not gonna die. Doom averted.
So, how was prison?
Volpan, you look worse than I do, and I just got out of prison. Are you doing okay?
That liar, it's like it's got a hold on me. I've been having these visions.
Visions?
It's like I'm seeing the future, or I don't know, a possible future.
Stop tugging my tail.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, prove it.
When you were in your cell, did you overhear the guards talking about moving you?
Yeah, they were going to move me to Capybara. So what?
That was part of my vision.
Okay, fortune teller, tell me this. Why were they going to move me? They never said anything about that part.
Well, that I don't know, but whatever it wasn't good.
So we've got an infection turning the locals into rabid beasts, a liar that causes psychic visions. Oh, and don't forget a miners' strike that's turning into a full-blown siege.
That about covers it so far, yeah.
Next time you need some help on a job like this, do me a favor and ask someone else, okay?
Yay! If anyone knows the full story behind the liar, you'd think it would be the fellow who asked us to steal it in the first place.
Timothy. He seemed like he was holding something back from us. He asked us to meet him at the Holy Grove. I know the way.
Let's see what he's got to say.
Who knows? He might even pay us. Or he might be the reason you got arrested, dude.
Oh, God! The visions! Eisenberg? The whole town set ablaze. Is there nothing we can do to stop it? Leo, I gotta tell you something.
What is it, Volpan?
In my visions, no matter what we do, Eisenberg burns. Everybody dies. Everything's destroyed.
What about me? You had a vision of me being taken away and you changed it.
It's hard to explain. Some of the visions are fluid, like they're in motion. This one, it's like it's set in stone. Why am I cursed with these visions if there's nothing I can do to stop them?
Until Eisenberg is a pile of ash, we'll keep trying, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh? Oh, interesting. So that's something that can't happen now? It's locked in this run because of my actions so far, I guess? Okay, if I wanna address this, do I try to do it through Lady Cattell or through the strike leader? I don't think I should go to Cattell. I don't feel like that's a good call at all. Okay, let's go. Get past the blockade. Karst is deep inside of the mine. Volpan will have to fight his way through the militia blockade to reach him. Unless there's a quiet way in. As Volpan approached the mine entrance, he could see the militia siege setting up outside. Things were quiet for the time being. The protesters had been pinned back, and the militia was standing firm. Okay.
There'll be no way through with all those militia around.
Volpan went in forcefully. Things get messy.
Fighting through the militia doesn't seem like the smartest move.
Maybe we can look for a quieter route. Maybe we can. highway beasts. Yeah, let's talk to the highway beasts. You trying to attack guards or what? Discard 2 random creatures from the guard faction.
Excuse me, lads. We're being chased by the coppers. Would you care to help?
All right, mate. Leave it to us. Yeah, buddy. Worth.
Seems
Very
like he's in
worth.
charge around these parts.
Militia officer prowls the front lines, inspecting his forces and overseeing the siege. If anyone knows a way inside, it's probably him. Volpan waited until the officer was engaged in conversation and quietly crept behind him. In one swift motion, he slipped the laissez-passer from his pocket. The officer didn't feel a thing.
Ah, damn small-town cops.
A precious document. Let's go. Where you think you're going? Don't you know a sage when you see one?
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps this will grant me passage.
Volpan showed the laissez-passer to the guards. They discovered, to their surprise, the doc was legit. Well, the paperwork checks out, so I suppose we better let you pass.
Okay, bye.
The sleazy trader acknowledged Volpan from afar. It looked like he was waiting for an opportunity to present
When
himself.
makes you an offer, it's usually worth hearing about.
Gerbode. Okay. It took a little extra effort, but Volpan made it into the mine without any unnecessary bloodshed. For the moment, the militia weren't looking for him, a good sign for sure, but the mines were far from safe. Looters were roaming the tunnels looking for anything they could steal. Oh, okay.
Those visions might be enough to convince Karst.
A throng of striking miners packed the entrance to the mines. Food was scarce. The ongoing conflict wore them down. As Volpan entered, the miners turned to look at him with suspicion.
I don't know what you did to wind them up, but they look mad.
What? We didn't do shit. Here, take some food, guys. Fight the good fight.
Remember to tell your friends.
Oh my god. Mine looters. Come on now. Sure.
I'm sure they could be convinced to walk away for the right price.
I have to use all 6 to get her to leave? Come on, man. Visions of the militia attack. Oh, right. Because I'm going to use those when I talk to the guy to basically be like, hi. I think shit might go down, maybe. Fine.
It's good to get one's name out there from time to time.
Yes, we played this game on a demo day. Nice. Ooh, yeah! And a Healy root.
You really do make a lot of enemies, Volpan.
Come on, man. I smell
Fine spot for
supplies. Ooh, pile of equipment's been left unmonitored. Oh my god. Yeah, I do feel like, and I don't know if it was because it was the demo, and so, oh my god, my hands are fucking freezing. I don't know if it's because it was the demo and they wanted the demo to feel really, like, padded out, but I do think the pacing of the game now that it's released is way better. I felt like the pacing of the game when we played the demo was like, oh, the mechanics are interesting. I think that this is going to be a cool game, but, like, man, it's taking a while to, like, get to the point. And I felt like we got to the point really quickly, if that makes sense. Oh my god, my hannies. My hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold. My hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold.
We don't want any trouble here.
Hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold. Beep.
He felt that one.
My hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold. My hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold, my hannies are cold. I need gold! You telling me I gotta get gold? What happened? I steal from them.
Ah, the mighty Karst himself.
The boy. Colossal Guerrilla emerges from a cramped mine tunnel. He stopped in front of Volpan, squinting hard at the outsider. You're Peter's boy, aren't you? Your old man would lay an egg if he knew you were down here.
Karst?
That's right.
They say you're in charge around here.
Not by choice, I can tell you.
I need to talk to you about a threat to the miners.
Whatever it is, I'll have to take a number and join the queue. The tunnels are collapsing at Crow's Bend, and we've got missing wagons, bandits looting. On top of that, some of the workers have started acting strange. Real strange.
Look, I know you got problems, but the militia are gathering outside, and it looks like they're getting ready to attack.
Militia? They're just rattling their sabers. They know better than to try anything. Karst turned his back on Volpan to talk to some nearby miners.
I gotta make him see they're in danger. There's gotta be a way to convince him. I'll tell him about my vision.
I don't think that's going to work. And I don't think that that is going to
I
work.
was just
Yes!
resting my eyes.
Yes, Lord! It's not gonna work! Volpan approached Karst, still babbling.
I've had visions, Karst. I've seen the fate of the miners. A gruesome, horrible one at that. With the militia launches an attack, and they'll...
Visions! I can't make decisions based on dreams, bird.
You gotta listen to me. The safety of the miners depends on it.
Hear him out, Karst. He's a thief, but he's not a liar. Karst squinted at Volpan for a moment. He turned and called over one of the miners. A sturdy fellow stepped forward and clasped hands with the great ape. They exchanged a knowing look as the miner took his place alongside Volpan.
Coming along for the ride?
Uh-huh. All right, bird. I'm only doing this because you're Peter's boy. Take my man with you, show him proof. You convince him, you convince me. The miner stood next to Volpan, eager to exit the mine and get some answers about the militia. I know exactly what TikTok sound you were going for. Of course. Of course. There's there's a TikTok sound where people tell stories that just seem to go on forever, and it uses this audio. It's like person saying like, and we will be here for the rest of our days. And then there's a long pause, and then they go, yes, yes, Lord, for the rest of our days. And it just goes on forever. And they keep like pausing for a really long time, and then they come back in. Yeah, so anyways. I see what's happening, yeah. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. You don't even know how you feel. It's adorable. Yeah, when I was in high school and they were placing me in choir, I did choir for the very last year of school, so I wasn't there long enough to like internalize really much of anything, but it was fun. I remember they were placing me, and all of my friends were really shocked that I was put in soprano 1. They were like, but you don't really have like a high-pitched talking voice. And I was like, I know, but apparently I can hit the high shit. So this is where they're putting me. And I was actually really bummed because I wanted to be, one of my best friends was an alto. And I was like, I want to stand with the altos. I got no friends in the soprano side. Come on.
The militia camp. Better take a look inside.
Officer stepped away for a moment, probably giving orders to the troops. In his absence, no one was guarding the command tents.
Okay, where am I gonna find proof of the assault? Doesn't look like they're too concerned about security.
Why would they be? They think they've got their opposition penned into the mine.
But either way, shouldn't be hard to overhear something useful.
You need to prove it to me, as a reminder. You convince me, I'll do the shit. All right, hang on a moment, Volpan. The miners could be in a bad way after this siege. If we could get our hands on a powerful healing potion or a serum, we might be able to patch them up a bit.
Good idea. We'll have a look around if we've got time.
Here comes trouble.
No, and make it double to protect the world from. No, to. Oh Lord. I'm crawling back into my box. I'll see you all in 2023. So long. It's been real. Anyways, it's worth it for the goof just for me. Hi, Jossum. Volpan leant forward, cupping his ears. Silence. The coast was clear.
Those documents look important.
The officer's mess was a mess. Okay. Volpan found a set of battle plans and handed them to the miner. As he leafed through the pages, the color drained from the miner's face.
Well, that got his attention.
Oh, this is dreadful.
All right, let's keep moving. I don't want to get caught here.
Don't look now, but that's the law.
It's only one law. Only one of the law, dude. We can take them.
You know, they might be persuaded to give up the chase for the right price.
I don't got money, but I am spooky. Oh, what? He needs 2 spookiness to leave? Look at this poor boy. He's like, I dropped my arrow. Oh man, they're gonna kill me. All right, fine. Beep.
Oof, he felt that one.
Tell my mother I love. No! That's depressing, but we're spookier, so it's all worth it in the end. Volpan beckoned the miner closer to hear the militia talking.
Strike ain't gonna last. And if it does, we got orders to launch the assault. First we open the blockade, we storm inside the mine, then we put an end to the strike. Goes without saying, we kill anybody who gets in the way.
Oh no, look at him. He's getting more and more. No, I'm covering him. Wait a second. Look at this boy down here. He is so stressed out. He's like, ugh. Oh. Pick up Clarky. I will not. Volpan glanced at the miner beside him and saw he was consumed with worry. I've seen enough. I'd say he's convinced, wouldn't you?
All right, let's get back to the mine.
Got anything stronger than a healing balm?
Oh, right on, my feline friend, right on. You bring me healing balm, I'll mix you up a healing serum that'll take away all your troubles.
Know where I can find healing balm?
Sure, man. All you gotta do is, like, find a plant.
I mean, I got a plant. Homie, I got a plant. Here you go.
I can work with this.
No, come back! Oh my god, where'd she go? Oh my god, where'd she go? Fairy ring. Ooh, those mushrooms have medicinal properties. Yeah, there we go, homie. This is like some of my best work. I just wish I had a bow to tie on it. Come on, let's get it to the miners. Oh, Leo. So do you think it looks nice enough? I don't know. Oh. Uh-oh.
Ah, the mighty Karst himself.
Karst stood by the entrance to the mines, awaiting Volpan's return. Leo looked over at the picket line. He knew he needed to deliver the serum to the miners before they spoke with Karst. Look who's back. So, what did you find? Isn't it the miners we need to give this to? Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, it's nice to be appreciated.
Oh,
isn't
on
it?
receiving the serum, the miners' eyes welled up as they thanked Leo profusely. They started talking with him, telling how they had managed to avoid the militia by hiding in corners and lost tunnels. It gave Leo some ideas. Ooh, Leo has a new skill card, Ambush. Yo! Hey, that's cool. So if you like engage in side stuff, then you can like adjust their skill set, their cards. I love it. Okay. All right. Let's take this sweaty gentleman here. Miner stepped closer and whispered in Karst's ear. Karst listened solemnly, nodding from time to time. Well, if he's convinced, then so am I.
You'll help us?
Yes, but we must act quickly. Look out! As if from nowhere, a swarm of rabid miners poured into the mine entrance. No! Oh, come on, man.
You're doing them a favor.
What? But we're already fighting the military. Why do we gotta fight poor zomboys? Man. Okay. Okay. I don't think... Oh. Interesting. You can lure them away with food? But they can't lose morale, which makes a lot of sense.
Right between the eyes.
Oh.
I wash my hands after that if I were you.
Creatures had been repelled for the time being. Karst turned to Volpan with a look of grudging respect.
What were those things?
They were miners, but something's happened to them. It's like they've lost their minds. We tried to tell the mine owner, Lady Cattell. She ordered us to work extra shifts. That heartless crone.
Strange. I wonder why'd she do that?
Karst stepped forward and offered his hand to Volpan.
I've given it some thought, and I've decided to come with you.
What? You have? I mean, yeah, sure. Okay, great.
I tried my best to help. There's nothing I can do for the miners down here. I can do more good on the outside. Besides, trouble seems to follow you around, and I like a good fight.
Well, in that case, welcome aboard.
Volpan shook Karst's... I did not expect this. Volpan shook Karst's hand warmly, and together they made their way out of the mines.
The mighty Karst himself.
Wait, did we even, like, help anything, though? I guess everybody was better able to prepare for the military advance.
Well, Bird, you've earned my full attention.
It's like I've been trying to tell you. Everybody in the mine is in danger. We gotta get them out.
Easier said than done. You've seen what it's like down there.
There has to be a way.
The rebellion!
The miners are gonna be slaughtered unless we do something.
All the more reason to start knocking militia heads, am I right?
Fine by me. I'm done with creeping around. Are you sure? Because you just got a card called Ambush. Okay. Let's see. Yes, Lord, for the rest of our days. Having dealt with the militia, Volpan saw the perfect opportunity to evacuate the mines and save his father. With Karst on board, perhaps they'd finally listen to reason. There's only 2 days until the fall of Eisenberg, dude. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Come on, Leo. No, come on. No, let me sit by Leo, my boy. Da 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 da. All right, let's go.
I hope you boys have a warrant.
As Karst and his friends strode toward the site of the siege, tension rose palpably.
All right, so what's the plan?
We head to the blockade and we break the siege by force.
I imagine they call that guerrilla warfare around these parts.
I don't suppose there's any way of convincing you to do this, the quiet way?
No, quiet ways are for cowards. Come, let's hit the blockade.
Volpan was ready to take on the law. Oh no, the cops.
Oh no, the cops. All right. Oh, right. Yeah, we've got like a whole new set of cards to look at now. A shakedown! Karst is one of those people who seems to know someone wherever he goes. Some of his friends can attract the eyes of the law. Karst's strength and size allow him to shake down his adversaries for a bit of extra cash. Highway beasts. Let's do it.
This doesn't have to end in bloodshed.
But it could if we wanted it to. I don't know. I mean, all we have to do is hit one of them, and the other one will run away.
Ouch.
So that's nice, you know.
Quitters.
Haha! Victoire! Okay. Militia reserve. Isn't that what we're at?
I'd rather we burn the reserves instead of stealing from them.
But this way I get a cool new knife.
We should look around for more reserves that we can borrow from. We don't have time for that. We burn them or we leave them.
Okay.
Ow, fuck. Ah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there was a funny funny man. There was a funny boy down here who was getting progressively sweatier and people were missing out on it. So I just moved. The mushrooms. Right.
If the guards wanted a fight, they were going to get one.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, what's it going to cost?
What's it gonna cost?
Right between the eyes.
Okie dokie. Artichoke. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Oh ho. They make a living by robbing people, so like we don't need to feel too bad if we shake them up a little bit. Nice knife. Take it, leave me alone. Oh my god. I mean, same. If a gorilla showed up and was like, hey, how much do you value your life? I'd be like, homie, I am not attached to anything I own. Okay. This dude loves food.
You don't want more dead guards on your rap sheet. Is there a way to avoid a fight?
He like food? Goodbye. And... oh god, what's your power? Adds 2 trackers of the watch to the search party deck when killed. Well, that's unfortunate. If we could kill anybody else, that would be nice. Bye! Da, 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 da.
I'm, kind of a big deal. That was you, by the way.
That is what I said, verbatim. Around the camp, the remaining guard forces amass to stop Karst and his friends. We don't gotta do that.
Well, now what?
Now we tear down the blockade.
Okay. Show of force. Interesting. Okay. Car steps forward and with a few heaves, tore down the barricades as if they were made of straw.
Yes. When all else fails,
All settled. Miners clambered out of the mine, shielding their eyes from the harsh sunlight.
That's the blockade dealt with, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Far from it, it's just the beginning. We need weapons for the miners if we are to fight back. We should also build another fortification at the entrance.
Good thinking. Bit of extra protection wouldn't go amiss.
What about the militia reserves?
They can burn for all I care.
Not a bad idea. We could probably find some firebombs in town or in the forest.
Better get moving then.
Better get schmovin', guys. Oh. Arm the workers or gather wood and nails. Arm the workers, dude. Arm the workers, dude. Be with the people. As Volpin arrived in Eisenberg, word of the attack on the blockade had already reached town. The streets were buzzing with guard activity. No, they don't gotta be, though. They don't have to do that.
here comes
I don't know.
So what'd you have in mind?
Simple, really. The guards must be keeping their weapons somewhere. If we watch where they patrol in town, we might be able to see where they stash their gear.
Not bad.
Okay then, let's find a watch patrol and tail them.
All right.
Bum bum.
Let's get some chit chat.
If we sit around waiting for guards to find us, we could be here a long time. We need to find a patrol ourselves.
Sure, but where do we find one?
Why don't we call them over? If I shout loud enough, they're close by, they'll come running. I try to avoid running into guards, but when we do cross paths, it's normally after I've made a big smoking mess of something or...
Oh, that was him. It's, if, you know, I'm a goof.
Don't look now, but that's the law.
It sure is. Let's go! Engage!
Killing guards will only bring
4.5.
more guards. Maybe there's another way.
It's adorable!
No autographs, please. Oh, that looked painful. You must be doing something right.
I guess so. And then... Dun-dun-dun-dun. Ooh. Bladesmith's hideout.
My old stomping ground.
The Bladesmith Squad. Ooh.
Cars, long time no see. What can I do for you?
Oh my god, he just beats him up.
He's like, yes, my old friends.
Fuck you. Ooh.
Need something taken care of?
Maybe. Haughty nobles! Yes! Are you lost, sir? You certainly don't seem like you belong here. And now we beat them up and take their lunch money. Ooh, the forum. Okay.
Uh-oh. Looks like you've got the law on your tail.
Nah. I don't think so. No.
Though the guards looked angry, it was nothing a few coins couldn't fix.
Okay, we should get rid of him
He
first.
felt that one. Killing watch guards might not be the smartest idea.
I'm not trying to kill him,
Watch
dude.
won't let that one slide. Come on, we were just getting started.
Sell swords. There's so many cards. And then the assassin kills them. Oh my god, that would be pretty great. I'd start emptying those pockets. You're playing a dangerous game, Ape. Yes! Shake down the cell swords, dude. Yes! We ain't the good guys! We're just trying to survive! Let's see.
I suppose you're not hungry then, Volpan? Something tells me these chaps aren't here to discuss pickpocketing techniques.
All sorts are like, you called us over and then you rob us? Yeah. That's exactly what we did. You played yourself.
The guards are a problem we could do without. Oh, ouch. Volpan? Those are guards of the watch.
Oops. No! Okay. No, it's fine. Oh no. It's not fine. I like that this is like obviously the first time anybody's like legitimately gotten hurt. And the game's like, oh yeah, you can being an assassin isn't a choice, it's a gift. He only has 1 HP, dude. Invoke behind? Sure.
can't spell Volpan without pain.
Oh, I can do one move for each character. I forgot. Sorry. Yep. Bye. Beep.
Oh, that looked painful.
It was.
You must be doing something right.
Yeah, I'm doing something right. Of course. Of course I am. What the fuck are we trying to do? Find guards. But we've found guards. We've found a lot of guards.
Heartwarming stuff. Volpan was ready to take on the law.
I mean, I'm trying, dude.
How much do you think it would take for them to, you know? No autographs, please. Ah, delicious. Oh no, the cops. Let's not spill blood unless we absolutely have to.
Yeah, sure.
That's right. It's the Volpan.
I'm wondering if there's something I'm meant to do when we find the guards that I'm just not doing. Nice. Good job, kiddo. I can still hear her voice. It's like she's here. Oh my god. Hey, I gotta poop. I'll be right back. Hello, sorry. I truly did need to poop. Okay. Was it a nice poop? It wasn't one of those like really satisfying ones, you know? But it is what it is. find guards. I found guards, though, dude.
I was just resting my eyes.
Oh? Patrol!
All right, stay low. Let's just follow them. If we're lucky, they'll lead us right to their weapon stash.
Okay. Okay, we're going to the forum. The city bard. Perhaps I can be of assistance.
You gonna sing a song or what?
Would that I could, but it's the muses, sir. The muses hath deserted me.
Muses? What are you talking about?
Inspiration, cousin. I hunger for new experiences. Alas, my life is sorely lacking in excitement. You seem like a worthy fellow. Perhaps you could help me.
Help you? How am I supposed to help you write a song?
Anything you like. Give me something, anything to write about. I'm willing to suffer for my art, so go ahead, do your worst. Interesting. I'm willing to suffer for my art. Okay.
You know, me and my friends are pretty tough customers.
Are you going to rob me, I suppose? Well, go ahead then.
No, I mean, we've seen some action. We've been in a few fights, gotten our hands dirty.
Oh, I get you. Well, that gives me an idea. The streets were Volpan's place of work and danger his vocation, for one can go quite far in life with fearsome reputation.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Uh-oh, we lost them. Shit. Fuck, we lost them. Well, okay.
Though the guards looked angry, it was nothing a few coins couldn't fix.
I see what's happening, yeah.
You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. Don't even know how you feel. It's adorable.
The hero of Eisenberg. Perhaps you've heard of him?
Hello, kidders. What you doing?
Oh, he's heard of you, all right.
We have 4 of everything. It's a swine. Was someone watching certain movies with their kiddo? No, Clarky, one of Clarky's Tonys, for any of you who don't know what Tonys are, there's like these little boxes that you can get that basically, it's basically like the same technology that Amiibos use, I think. It's like a little speaker box, and then you can get little toys, and you can put the toys on top of it, and there's a magnet, and it reads the toy and then plays a set amount of music or like stories. They're very cute. Clarky uses them almost every night, so they've been a good investment for us. But my mom originally bought them for her as a gift, and included a few, and then Clarky found out there was a Moana one and was like, I want the Moana one, I want the Moana one, I want the Moana one. And I kept being like, but what if it's not good? And it's interesting. We talked about this on stream before, but like the singers are all different. It's not the same people. The music's the same, but they like re-recorded the vocals. But they're close enough that like it's fine, you know? But yeah, most nights I hear the like main Moana songs on the Tony while she's trying to sleep. Tony's the bane of parents' wallets. They are spendy. That's why I always check. They always say how many minutes of content is on them. Check that. If you decide that you're gonna like do the Tony's thing with your kid, I will say my kid didn't give a shit about her Tony until we started using it for bedtime. It's the only time that she cares about using it. Yeah, they're all like, each toy that goes with the Tony is like, most of them are around like $14. They're not cheap. So you gotta look for the ones that have like, you know, 45 minutes to an hour of content on them if possible, because otherwise it's just, oh my god. I'm glad we got the Moana one because she uses it like every night. The other one that's been an absolute like killer is the T and Mo one. T and Mo, amazing. She adores that one. Some of the ones that they know like aren't Disney branded, you know, like ones that are more like just a, you know, basic fairy tale or whatever. Those ones are cheaper. So one of the ones that my mom got her is called the Highway Rat, and Clark actually loves that one. And it's this weird little story about a rat on the highway that steals from a bunch of people until he's outsmarted by a duck. It's very silly. Anywho, we gotta get back on track, dude. I'm hungry. We get his new card. That's exciting. Oh, you have to murder with it though. Not ideal.
Oh, what have you got there?
I don't know, but he was starving apparently.
Now that's a lot of weapons. Too many for us to take ourselves. We'll need some help. I'm sure we can convince someone to help.
There must be a few people around town willing. I bet those kids could carry a half a load in a pinch. Hey kid. You wanna chat? Let's see if I've got a chitty chat card. I do! Hey kid.
Hey kid, shouldn't you be in school?
No.
I don't know what you did to wind them up, but they look mad.
Hey, could you carry these weapons to the mine? Yup. Sure you can carry all that? You'll see, sir. I'm strong as an ox, sir.
Okay, well, off you go then. That won't be conspicuous. That'll be fine. Half of the stash's contents remain. It'll take one more pair of hands to carry the rest. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. We have to find someone else, apparently. Sure, yeah.
No one needs to die here. Take this and get out of here.
Go on then.
I hope you boys have a warrant.
We don't.
But I'm sure it's fine.
You know,
What are you
might
doing,
be
Watson?
persuaded to give up the chase for the
You-
right price.
Oh, I've decided. Side note. We'll do coffee time in a couple minutes here, but I'm gonna adjust my office. I think, like where everything is, and I'm pretty jazzed about it.
Oh, that here comes the law. They won't forget that. Yeah, now we're talking. It's good to get one's name out there from time
There
to
we go.
time.
Don't want to sit next to the litter box anymore. I mean, I'll be next to the litter box no matter what. That's not something I have control over. But whether or not the camera sees the door, I can have control over. Okay, how am I gonna... All right.
Right.
Refreshing.
Time's over. Back to work.
Smells like money down here. A great place for lockpicking. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. I know you got them baby arms, but
Can you carry these weapons to the mine? What, that's it? What do you mean that's it?
I'm an assassin, a dealer of death, an agent of chaos. What, all you want me to do is carry things? Well, can you do it or not? I mean, I guess.
All right, looks like we got enough weapons for a small army.
Couldn't hurt to get more, though. We don't want to take any chances. And by the time we've made another trip for weapons, the militia could be ready to attack. We can take on the militia now or try for 2 more loads of weapons. It's up to you, Volpin.
I don't know where the other weapons are, though. Bum, 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 ba, 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 bum, bum.
Sure. Let's keep going. Because we can leave at any time now.
The City Watch were famously corrupt. One simply had to find the right body.
There isn't a manga pod today, no. That's why it wasn't on the schedule.
Right between the eyes. I hope you know what you're doing fighting the Watch.
I don't know what I'm doing. This will go badly. Guaranteed.
Oh, he felt that one. I'm, kind of a big deal. That was you, by the way. I take it from your trembling that you've heard of my friend Volpan? Sweet. Fighting the local law enforcement doesn't seem like the smartest move, Volpan.
Oops. Never mind. Ugh, never mind. I don't wanna kill. There are kids in both of these. I don't wanna kill kids. Just take me somewhere else, dude. No! Take me somewhere else, dude. Lord.
An army marches on its stomach. The same goes for a band of thieves and weirdos. Ah, yes. They don't like when you do that. I hope you boys have a warrant.
Let's go. Let's go.
This doesn't have to end in bloodshed.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's good to get one's name out there from time to time.
Ooh. I got an arrest warrant. Very nice.
Volpan was ready to take on the law. That's right. Cough it up.
You could try being a little more discreet.
I'm a 500-pound gorilla. Do you think these hands are good for picking pockets?
I'm just trying to find more shit, but I don't think I can. So I think we'll probably
Killing
leave
guards
after
will
this.
only bring more guards. Maybe there's another way.
Now. There is no other hand.
So much for law enforcement.
On the other hand. No. There is no other hand.
Volpan reached a part of the forest where thick and mighty trees were in abundance, a fine place to purchase wood for fortifications.
Something tells me these chaps aren't here to discuss pickpocketing techniques.
Thanks, boys.
Disgusting.
Oh.
Ferals, but how? I thought they only lived in the mine.
They must have escaped. That's not a good sign.
Look, there's more infected. We're seeing more and more of them.
Disconcerting, to say the least.
We gotta keep moving. Watson, do I need to clip your nails? Watson, do I need to clip your nails? Maybe. Watson, do I need to clip your nails?
Maybe.
Watson, Watson.
Gloomy lumberjack, get in here. I was trying to take a nap. Not anymore, you're not. Now you're our best friend forever. Oh, you can tell me the rest on the way. Wow, he's just he's just going along with it. Okay. Bandits were circling in on the foreman menacingly. I know a shakedown when I see one. I did many in the town we were just in. We can't have that, can we?
Something tells me these chaps aren't here to discuss
Let's
pickpocketing
fight.
techniques.
Let's fight after we've done this. Let's fight. Let's fight after we've
Wake up,
done this.
sleepyhead. The world's still ending, in case you forgot.
La, la. La, 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 la. La, la. What?
Well, you can walk away from this richer.
What's your
or
power?
Not at
Launch
all.
a firebomb, causing 2 damage to all party every 2 rounds. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Okay, can I get them to leave? 1.
A small price to pay for a clean conscience.
2.
The great thing about mercenaries is you can always give them a better offer.
3.
Bad bird.
Whew. Bye. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, sirs. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't come by?
Well, we weren't here by accident. We need a favor.
Anything at all.
We're looking for construction materials to build fortifications in the mines.
Afraid those thugs have already looted my whole stockpile. I don't have much left. If I lose the rest of what I got, I'll be out of business.
What if we were to compensate you for your stocks?
Or we could get some help to cut more trees.
Well, anything that would help me get back in business would be a great help. I'd gladly give you what you need if you could find me a good lumberjack. Turns slowly, stares at Moose Man. Failing that, 8 francs would put me back in business, back on track. The group stepped away. Where are we gonna find a lumberjack? We have money. We're not that far off.
We could probably get the rest of the attackings by attacking bandits.
Or we could shake down a peddler or two.
That would be illegal.
Thought you were supposed to be a thief.
Yeah, but you know, one with a heart of gold. I just wish there was another solution.
Could always scour the area for a woodsman.
We found a lumberyard. There has to be a lumberjack. Yeah, there must be. The lumberjack presented himself to the foreman gloomily. They agreed on terms and shook hands. Well, he's a bit of a sad sack, but he's a good worker. Thanks for your help. So, about the wood. Fill your boots, my friends. Nice.
Okay, we got the goods.
Yes, we're gonna go back to the mine and protect the workers. And what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. What are we waiting for? Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Yum, yum. Yeah, look, Thief with a Heart of Gold is every thief I've ever played in D&D, I feel like.
No time to waste. The militia is sending reinforcements. We need to make them wish they'd never set foot in the Hellmouth.
The miners raise their pickaxes and cheer.
Listen, we have weapons to arm some of you. Step forward if you're willing to fight.
The miners step forward, take their weapons, and prepare for battle. Oh.
Okay, now we need to build defenses.
Just give the building materials to the miners by the mine entrance. They'll do the rest.
Reinforcements are probably on the way. Probably.
So, are we ready?
Well, we could try and gather resources and heal up before the next fight.
Forest is full of potential allies, too. We could ask around for help.
Depends if we have time. Any idea when they'll be here?
Volpan peers through the foliage, looking for signs of militia activity.
They're closing in, but we should have a little time.
Better make good use of it.
You can swap any skill card in your hand with a card from the deck of an adventurer. You'll have to discard the skill card you exchange and maybe pay food or money for any card coming from the discard pile. It's really important to prepare for encounters like this. For example, when you know you've got a big fight. If you intend to rely on violence, having your best attacks in hand from the beginning is the key to
That
victory.
should make for a quick way out of the mines. You really do make a lot of enemies, Volpan.
Volpan and Karst brought out the wooden nails. They give the miners instructions on how to build fortifications. Yeah! Soon enough, a strong wall is erected in front of the mine entrance.
That should keep everyone safe for now.
The bards will sing of your heroism, Volpan.
You're Karst, right? We've heard of you.
Yeah. What you guys thinking? You want to hang out? Receive a snitch. Ooh. Mind if I tag along? Hell yeah, buddy! Let's go! Perfect ally to sow discord among enemy ranks. Always an ear to the ground for the latest gossip. Ooh, get a healing balm. Absolutely. Take this, babe, on me. Oh, a war horn sounds from the forest. The reinforcements have arrived. They quickly fall into position, ready for action. More soldiers flood out of the militia camps to join the fresh troops forming a massive army.
Looks like they've called for backup.
No turning back now.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Let's knock some heads.
Ooh, we're going! Let's go!
Fighting the gods of the watch?
You're facing an armored enemy. The usual wooden life token is replaced by a shield. Any damage inflicted to armored enemies is always reduced by 1. Be sure to use allies or boost your attack score if you want to hurt them. You can boost the attack score of any adventurer by using one of their skill cards directly on them in combat. The effect will only last for the next round. If you're looking for other ways to increase the attack score of your adventurers, try using allies. Put them in front, but I don't want my babies to die. They've only got 2 hip. 2 HP. Ooh. What does this do? -1 to the group morale. Ooh, I do like that. Yes, girl, let's go. I did not heal up. How does it feel? It feels really good. I'm really excited. Oh my god. Volpan gonna die, bitch. Shit, fuck. Hey, everybody, shut up.
Can somebody crack a window, please?
No. Okay.
My friend Volpan needs no introduction. That's not going
Ooh,
to
baby.
go unnoticed.
Okay, let's go. Who needs it? You need it. All right, let's go, baby.
Oof.
Yeah.
Built that one. Shame. We were just getting warmed up.
Bye. We win. We win. Uh-oh.
What? Those weren't the last?
No, brace yourself. They're making one last push.
Oh, come on, man. Let me sleepy weepy.
You're taking on the gods of the watch?
I guess so. I suppose I am. No, come on, man. Lord. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
I can't see a damn thing.
Okay.
Oh, yep, that's the sound of Volpan's name dropping. Fans of yours, eh?
No, what am I doing?
Those good deeds are finally paying off. Smart. We certainly don't need the cops after us.
Yay. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the released version. I was saying that I felt like when I played the demo, and part of this might be that I was also learning the mechanics at the time, but I felt like when we played the demo, it went really slow. And now that I'm playing the full version, we're hitting like story points really fast, you know? Facing overwhelming opposition, the militia troops fall back and flee from battle. Shouts rose up from the victorious miners.
Is it over?
I think so, for now at least. They'll think twice about messing with miners again.
So what now?
Now we can finally get some rest. I think we've earned it.
Oh ho! Karst has a new skill, Terrific Force. Noise? Yay! Sick, 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 sick. Toy, sick, sick.
We did it!
Easy now. We've pushed them back for the time being. They'll want payback soon enough.
We really, killed a lot of people on that one.
It was a rebellion. What do you expect?
I expect you to exercise a bit of self-control next time.
I'm exercising some of that right now, believe me.
Gods. Is it real?
Uh-oh.
Father, no!
Volpan, what is it?
What's wrong, bird?
The visions, the militia. I thought we'd change things, but I still see my father trapped in the mines.
There's more than one way to be trapped in a mine, trust me.
I guess there's only one way to guarantee his safety. Wait, what about the miners? The stuff in the mine is gonna turn them.
We've got time, though, haven't we?
No, it's in my visions. We have to act now, otherwise my father and the rest of the miners are doomed.
Sounds like it's time to evacuate.
Oh my god. Okay, so going this way doesn't fix anything. Although, I mean, if we like, I think it's one of those games where if you die, you know, next time around, you'd be like, okay, well, I know that this order of things wound up with this situation, right? There's no way that I can keep Eisenberg from falling now. So I've failed overall, right? At least I think. So, yeah, that sort of stuff is interesting. Soggy Tissue, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. I knew a guy. Sorry, this is gonna seem super off topic. Thanks for the raid. I knew a guy with the last name Taishu, and it was spelled just like that. And whenever I see the word tissue, I think it's meant to be pronounced Taishu, and I have to correct myself. Anywho, what's up, everybody? I'm Dodger. I'm about to swap to Meat Space. I'm about to be a human on a webcam. But we just got done playing some Foretales, which is a super cool like card-based story game that I really enjoyed. So I'll definitely play more of that. But yeah, we're coming up on coffee time now. Yay, Meat Space. Yay, bodies. I'm gonna be a human, a real one. Wow. That's pretty wacky. Who got the meats? We got the meats. Who got the meats? We got the meats. Who got the meats? My sister-in-law said I looked very fall today, which I think is like, I think that's a nice thing to say, you know, when autumn is around the corner. Okay, let's see. My kid is doing some goofy shit, and I love it. You're looking very autumnal today. Yeah, it was basically that. She was like, you look like fall. I was like, thank you. How sweet. Okay, sorry, one sec. Just turning off autofocus and all those really fun things. Yeah, let's talk about this room situation here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my office. My office that I have been having some problems with. So, for a while now, I have not enjoyed having the door in the background, right? And not a fan. Because we can't put a lock on it. We can't put a lock on it, so I have to do this sort of shit, right? My schedule's changed now so that I stream when my kid is not in the house. So there's less of that feeling of like, I hate that the door is back there. But I think I'm going to adjust everything. I think I'm going to take this desk and turn it this way. So I would be facing this wall, and then you'd see stuff that way. Basically, what you currently can't see would be what you could see. Why no lock? Because this isn't our house. We are renters. And the owners don't want us to put locks on these doors. I tried to just do it myself without asking. But I can't find a locking doorknob that fits in this. So I had to ask, and they said no. So, what are you going to do? It's not my house. So I think we're going to take everything and be like, is there enough wall that it won't block the bathroom? Oh, yeah. We'll be fine. This room is, like, decently sized. As I've said before, this is the room Sam should have had, but he works nights, and he can't be near the bedrooms. So I'm in the room that's, like, honestly, more space than I need, you know? So, yeah, we're going to turn everything, and then that wall will be my background, basically. And that way I can be less stressed out about this door. How about a door jam? Well, that's not really the point, you know? Like, I don't want to have to fuck with the door anymore. I just hate the door situation. So, yeah, exactly. I'll have a wall behind me. We can actually put stuff on the wall. It'll be fun. So, gonna get blackout curtains? No. Why? You're moving anyway soon, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. It's been months now that we've been trying to get this house. So why not a 180 at that point? So you can see out my window? No, thanks. We're going to go. And it'll work fine. Dracula's getting close to completion. We're speedrunning. Let's go. Absolutely. I'm very excited to do more Dracula. We should try to figure out when would be best to do the charity readathon in October. Yo, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, two other people have also already asked that. Yes. It's not going to bump into this door. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be like a whole new world. It's like I'm in a different room altogether. And honestly, it'll be the kick in the pants that I need to just, like, deep clean this room. To just, like, get it sorted. Because I don't know what to do with this room currently. I'll miss the bespoke shelf. I mean, the shelf would fit behind me, but it's mounted up against the wall currently, you know, to keep it safe with a toddler in the house. So I'll just have to undo that is all. No more hidden corner dishes? Oh, I mean, you won't be all of this. You won't be able to see anymore. There's so much room for dishes now. Even more room for me to hide shit. A whole new world, dude. Have you decided what to read for the readathon? I want to do Frankenstein. I think that would be really fun. We looked up a website called How Long to Read, and I'm trying to remember how long it said Frankenstein would take us, but it was like a doable amount of time. Frankenstein takes the average reader about 4.5 hours. So if I'm reading it out loud, yo, we did it! Dracula chapters 13 through 16. Let's go. Bam. So if we're reading it out loud, you could at maximum reading it out loud and taking lots of breaks for my throat. I think you could at maximum say that it would take double that amount of time. You know what would be a good way to like actually figure this out? How long does it say it would take someone to read Dracula? Okay. Phew. I was like, if it says it should take like around 4 hours to read Dracula and it's already taken us this long, then I'll never get through Frankenstein, right? It says it should take the average reader around 8 hours to read Dracula, and we've been reading it out loud. So I wonder if there's a way to like calculate this. How many pages are in Frankenstein? 288. 288 pages versus like almost 400. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's currently the last 2 streams that we've done, I want to say we've averaged, if I was going to guess, we've averaged about like 40 to 45 minutes per chapter. Something like that. Total time spent on Dracula divided by pages completed. But this is the problem, right? Is I would, well, actually, no, that would work. Because I was going to say the problem is that then it would be including like breaks and things. But we would be taking breaks during Frankenstein. Frankenstein audiobook is 8.5 hours. Okay. So if the Okay, so if the Frankenstein audiobook is 8.5 hours without breaks, I would wind up doing, it would take like, what, 10-ish hours for me to read all of Frankenstein, most likely. Interesting. Without simultaneously messing with PNGs and maybe not doing voices also. Oh, I was going to do PNGs. Yeah, I was going to do the whole fucking thing. But I won't do voices, no. Not strenuous ones, because that shoots my throat so quick. Yeah, maybe we should say 12-ish hours. That's what I mean. Like, the audiobook won't be doing that. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you're saying. Yeah. There's a lot of variables that the audiobook doesn't have that we do have. Yes, you are correct. Okay, so we could say... a Halloween Frankenstein charity readathon that we guesstimate to be around 12 hours long. We're gonna have to like take breaks, because if I go until like my throat is killing me, then it's game over. If once an hour we take a set amount of time break, I think that'll like ensure that will be okay. The other option is we do half the book one day, half the book the next day, and make it like a weekend thing. No, the idea was like a big charity thing, like a long thing. Let's look at the calendar. When you were only yay high, this guy. I want to see the month, please. And I want to see October, please. What day is Halloween? Why doesn't this show holidays on it? That's confusing. Add holidays. Here we go. Holidays for the United States and the United Kingdom, please. Thank you. Now update. Okay. And go to October. When's Halloween? Is it this Monday? Is it the 31st? It's not showing shit. I'm about to lose my goddamn mind. About to lose my fucking mind, dude. So if it's a Monday, then yeah, we could do like 29th, 30th. I hesitate a little bit because I'm worried that I'm a parent, right? Shit winds up happening close to Halloween. Parenting things, you know. So I'm wondering if... What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm wondering if the 22nd, 23rd would be good. November? What the fuck? That's not what I'm looking at.
Welcome, you fine cat-loving, coffee-drinking burrito babe.
Maybe. Let's tentatively say we will do it the 22nd and 23rd. And if I'm doing 6 hours at a time, we can go from noon to 6, maybe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, noon England time, noon BST or whatever the fuck. It doesn't need to be set in stone. It does. It needs to be set in stone soon, because if I'm doing a big old thing and we need childcare or anything like that, we have to ask for that now, or it will not happen. I do not have a charity in mind yet. No. Okay, it goes back to GMT on the last Sunday of October. Okay. So we'll still be BST. You're looking at him, yo. Oh. Also, I lassoed the sun to extend your days and bring you fun. I need to take this nail polish off. It's very sensitive to like heat. So I took a shower and these two fingers got all like fucked up. And then I was doing dishes and then these ones started to peel back. And I was like, oh, this nail polish does not like heat very much. And I'm sure I could seal it with something. I could just put it back on and seal it, you know. But my D&D group currently dreading the time saves. Oh, God. Da 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 da. The subathon was like 18 hours. Mine? God, it was such a blur. That subathon. It's cool and hollow. It is very pretty. My kid picked a very pretty nail polish. It's just trying to escape my fingers already, you know. Someone asked about your longest stream. Oh, I've done 24-hour streams before. I've done a couple 24-hour streams, which is how I learned that I never want to do a 24-hour stream ever again. I do think that there's something like kind of intriguing to people about a 24-hour or more stream, you know? This whole like, I'm going to stream forever. I'm going to sleep on camera and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. Like, you do you. I have no interest in ever doing something like that. Something that's that long, like that involved. No. It's, yeah, it is bad for your health. It's not great. I need to muster the strength to get the laundry out of the washing machine. I believe in you! You got this. You can do this. You're right, I didn't tweet. I forgot. Someone responded to the schedule and said, I had no idea until today that you're in 3 different D&D streams. The schedule is doing the Lord's work already. I'm so happy. This is great. I'm very happy about this. Okay. Yes. Sorry. I will tweet. One sec.
Welcome, you fine cat-loving, coffee-drinking burrito babe.
Cephandrius, welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. It's all according to Keikaku. It's all according to Keikaku. Yeah, I put a schedule up on Twitter, and also my offline image is also the schedule, but I don't know if it's swapped over properly. I've re-uploaded it now, so when I go offline, we'll see if it's working. But yeah, I have it on my schedule to every Sunday update a stream schedule and tweet it out so people know what I'm doing. So I saw someone mention as feedback to add where the D&D streams were happening. Yeah, I hemmed and hawed about that for a really long time. I don't know where I would put that info without making it like super messy, you know? I was saying, because we were talking about this at the start of the stream, and I was like, yeah, I figured that it doesn't matter, because if people come to my stream, I'll just make sure I'm always hosting. And then the bomb was dropped on me that apparently they're getting rid of hosting. And now I'm like, I have no idea what to do then. I don't know what to do with it then. So informative is more important than pretty. Yeah, readable is also important. The more information you put on there, the less people will actually read what's on it. So it's a weird balance there. So, you know, like I was saying, I'm doing it every week. I'm going to be like altering it. You know, whatever, depending on what people say, but can you raid them instead of host them? Oh my gosh. So yeah, sorry, that wasn't against you. It was just because it brought up the frustration feelings all over again. Raids are a one-time thing. They are not continuous. Hosting is continuous. So if somebody came in the middle of a D&D show and I was hosting it, they would then see it, right? A raid, if they weren't there for the exact moment that the raid happened, then they would miss it. So I was saying, if they're going to get rid of hosting, I hope at the very least they'll give us some way to say, like, I'm offline, but please go watch this. Something that shows, like, a redirection. That would be nice. But we'll see. I just listened to Cox and Crendor. How many internet browser tabs do you have open? 4. How long does Frankenstein take to read? My daily calendar, Twitch, and Twitter. Because I just tweeted. Jesse said you had 80 tabs open always. He doesn't live in my house, so I don't know where he's saying this out-of-pocket shit. Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad idea. The version that is on my offline screen, maybe that should have that information. The Twitter one, maybe I'll leave it off, but the offline screen that you see when you come to my channel, I can have a little, like, I can put the stuff on there. Maybe that would work. A D&D subsection. Yeah.
Welcome, you fine cat.
Baker Base, thank you so much. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Everybody who has gifted a sub, make sure you take the time to say thank you. I appreciate it, Baker Base. Thank you for that. For that. Lucy and Yak Jacket. I love that brand. They sent this to me. I feel like a queen. Yeah, the Lucy and Yak brand I had never heard of until my friend Nick, who does not live here. Lucy and Yak is an English brand. Nick does not live here, lives in Canada, and was like, you got to check out Lucy and Yak. And I wound up buying my first pair of dungarees that I've owned as an adult, basically, from them. Fell in love with them. It turns out that somebody who works there saw me wearing it on my stream and was like, do you want us to send you some stuff? And I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. So they sent me a fleece and a hat. It's amazing. It was the best. I think you could add a way to tell in what channel the D&D shows are hosted. Oh, I see what you mean. So I see. So like tweet out the schedule and then have a follow-up tweet that's like, I'm in these games. You can find them here, or have a separate graphic that's like a follow-up tweet. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we'll try some stuff. We'll see what works. We'll see what works best. Oh, it's Baker Base's birthday. Happy birthday, and happy birthday, Blue Lionel. The picture you used for Godforged is 10 out of 10. Every single friend that I sent the schedule to for feedback was like, I love the rabbit with the knife picture. I originally had entirely like not official art for all of the D&D games, but it looked really messy. I'll probably like revisit that idea in the future. The Hellions picture is the picture that Danny drew of Yuli and Yenna. Yenna is Danny's character. Of our two characters, and I just adore that picture, so I used it. And Danny was like, and then I was using a fan art picture of Dash and Piper for Godforged because it's funny. But at the time, the way the schedule looked at the time, it did not work. It would probably work now. And then and then the one that I was going to use for Godforged originally, but I really like the one I'm using now, was this. Hold on, I'll send it to you. I'll show you what I was going to use. It's, you know, any of you who haven't watched Godforged, I play a rabbit that is like a gremlin, and it's very fun, and I adore it. Mariah did a picture from a conversation that like, 3 of us are animal characters. So I'm a rabbit person. Tomatoes basically a penguin, and Sam is like a giant polar bear, right? Keep in mind, Sam and Tomatoes characters, this polar bear and this penguin are like the most OP people in our group by far. I'm just a little shit. I don't know what I'm doing, but this is the picture I was using originally. That without context is so fucking weird. And then I decided to simplify. Hi, Danny. What's up, buddy? I also love it. Yeah, love it, love it. What was the context? I think the context is kind of what you would assume it is from that picture. I'm pretty sure the context was there's Shane Hawk plays a dwarf. His character, Scold, Sam's character, and Adelward, Tomato's character, the 3 of them are Forge boys. So they all do like weapon work and forging and all of that, right? And they were all doing their thing, I think. And I think I just asked for boob armor. I think I asked I think I literally asked for exactly what that picture implies. I asked for. And Adelward was like, yeah, I think it was an early Forge Boys conversation. Yeah. I haven't seen Godforged since like episode 12 or something, and I can confirm that image was very confusing for me. Episode 12 was when I showed up. Did I ruin it for you? Did I ruin Godforged for you? That's fine. I accept that. Fabia is a female bunny. Yeah. She just wants some sick boob armor, dude. I don't see what the problem is. One of my favorites of Fabia is still, we have a lovely community member who's an amazing artist named Lamia. Lamia did this picture of Fabia really early on, and I still love it. It's still one of my favorites. It's so good. It's got such a good vibe. You didn't ruin it for me. I just didn't have time to keep up. Okay. I said I was fine with it, but I was sweating. Idony, thank you very much. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Everybody who has gifted a sub, thank you. Please take the time to say thank you if you were gifted a sub today. Yeah, so there's stuff like that, but then there's also stuff like this of Tomato's character. It's for like a fairly serious high fantasy game, there's a like a high number of cursed art that gets made. Chattel word, yeah. So I do the intro and like break video thing that happens that rotates through fan art for Godforged. I am in charge of that. Oh my god, what was I gonna say? Holy shit. Oh, and as a goof, so Tomato's character is named Adelward, right? And we have come up with so many ways to goof on this fucking name, right? So he got really depresso about something, we all called him Saddleward, and then he did something really cool and we called him Chattelward, and then he got mad and we called him Maddleward, right? Like it's the name that keeps on giving. So one time I thought it would be really funny to change the intro so that when it got to the splash screen that told you about Adelward, that it said Saddleward. And I forgot I did that, and Joe did not recognize that I did that, and it said Saddleward on there as his character name for literal months. Incredible. It took me so long to go back in and be like, I should really add some new fan art and like adjust some stuff, and I went in there and I was like, oh my god, I left it like this for so long. It's fixed. It's fixed now. I think I also changed his name to Cool Pete at one point, but I adjusted that really fast. So, we called him Cool Pete when we were trying to be undercover or something. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if you had a realistic convo about how strong you guys are, if you had a druid, Joe would not have a life with the level of balancing needed. I trust Joe Joe gave us the stuff that he gave us for a reason, right? So I trust Joe as our DM to be fully aware of how strong we are and give us situations that match that strength, right? That conversation happens a lot with like, oh, don't make your players too powerful. But like, if they're too powerful, then just give them fucking mind-numbing battles, right? Like just give them fights that are really fucking hard. Make it match how strong they are. Joe made us this strong. He kept giving us upgrades. He kept giving us cool shit. You know, it is what it is. So now he can, on the back end, be like, great, now I'm going to have you fight this thing that is really hard. If you buff the party, buff the bad guys. Yeah, exactly. I love my 7 players plus pets. It means I can throw big boy stuff at them. Dude. Deadbeats? Did any of the characters die yet? I mean, characters have gone down. Oh, stuff's happened, yeah. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but yeah, plenty of shit's happened. What was I gonna say? Oh, deadbeats. We just keep... That party is growing so quickly. It's worse than Misdemeanor ever was. And, like, it makes me go, is it me? Because I was in both of those games, right? Misdemeanor, everybody we met, we were like, do you want to be on our ship? Do you want to be a pirate? Deadbeats, we're having the same issue. But like, we just... Any animal, any undead, anything. We're just like, should we keep it? Am I the power creep? Also, Pirate Family, I miss them. I miss them too. We've talked before about... Brett's brought up the idea of us doing a one-shot that talks about, like, what happened with all the characters. But I don't know if we'll ever wind up doing that. Either a one-shot or, like, commissioning, like, a short comic or something. Either way, I think that would be very cool. My players also adopt everything they come across. In my mind, Dyer's fan comic is real. Yeah, Dyer made... when Misdemeanor ended, a lovely person named Dyer had been making fan art and made a full-on, like, multi-page comic about Alis and Tremor, who is or was Kraken's character in phase 2. Alis was my character, my boy, and it was so good. It was so good, dude. We have a D&D party member that I swear thinks they're playing Pokemon. Summer is playing a necromancer. So Summer just hit the level where suddenly there's a bunch of, like, undead character sheets that need to be, like, balanced, right? How do you feel about adopting or making NPC buddies? There's nothing wrong with it, but you know, out of game, they will most likely get turned to dust. I never think that. Maybe that's naive of me, but like there are NPC characters that have died in games before that I got very attached to. I would not go back and be like, bro, don't take that guy. Don't take that guy with you, because like the way that they added to the story was super worth it, you know? I think if every single person you talk to, you're like, do you want to be my friend? That's weird. But like, if you as a party feel like there's a reason for an NPC to be with you. I don't think that any of the NPCs that are currently with deadbeats make no sense. I think they all make sense. There's absolutely a reason why they're there. 3 of them are familiars, you know, or like familiar adjacent. We've got all these undead kids now. There's like legitimately an NPC that we need information from, right? It's just that it's become a lot now. It's just that there's a lot going on now. So I'm excited for, I think 7 is when I get my aura as Paladin. I think it's level 7. Come on. When my aura. Yeah, 7th level. For mine, 7th level. Is a rabbit a paladin? No, the rabbit is a rogue warlock. Rogues at this level, we're all level 15 except for Sam, who's level 16, because he pulled a card and it gave him a level up. Fuck him. Anyways, so rogues just get so unbelievably busted. There are so many moments where I'm like, do you want me to roll stealth for this, or do you want me to roll sleight of hand? And Tomato just goes, don't. I don't want to see the number. Don't roll. Don't bother. I 2 sessions ago, I think, I was like, I'm gonna go invisible and I'm gonna sneak into this place and I'm gonna steal this thing. Do you want me to roll? And Joe was like, no. You really don't need to. At this level, you're sneaking into just like a normal shop. You don't need to roll anything. Yeah, we had a deck of many things. And spoilers, I guess. This was like pretty early on in the campaign, I feel like, but Sam, who by the way is my husband. I can shade him for being more powerful than me in a D&D game, okay? He pulled a card. His character was just like, fuck it, pulled a card. And it was a level up. And I was like, okay. A typical Sam move. Sam is so good at the like warrior banter. The episodes that revolve around Sam's character, I would say that Sam is the sort of player that like speaks at hyper specific moments, you know? I'll never be this person. He busts out the cool one-liners so casually. It's amazing. It's so good. How do you feel about Wizards making a book fully based on the deck of many things? Yeah, I mean, I think the more things that people can play with if they want to, the better, you know? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, going backwards, but like, no, my paladin character is my cop. My cop character is a paladin. This boy. Dash. And I'm trying to get updated art for him. I'm very excited. I went back to Pixie and I was like, what are you doing right now? I have a second attack. I have a second attack now. I have a second attack. Holy shit. My life has changed. I'm so happy. Oh my God. I'm so happy. Level 5 is great. Level 5 was really great for us. What's Dash's int? I haven't really focused on his int. I focused on strength and con because a lot of Paladin saves are based on con. Or not con, I mean charisma. Int is -1. My modifier is -1. It's very good. But my strength is +4. Con is +3 and charisma is +2. My boy. And I took bless because if I didn't prepare bless, I think Summer would have murdered me, so. Classic Paladin. You don't have to know things. You just have to believe them very hard. I have never tried to play a lawful good character in my life. I've never even attempted it. It's really interesting especially in the situation my character is in, it's really interesting trying to play a lawful good person. Because I think, alignments are like guidelines, right? So you could argue Dash has been involved in things that would mean that he is not fully lawful, right? But it's all about like the intention of the character, right? Like is your character motivated to be lawful if possible, right? Like those sorts of things I think are good to ask yourself. I try to play Dash as lawfully as I can given the circumstances, and sometimes it's so silly. How does he have negative intelligence? So the way that I think you were saying that you don't play D&D earlier on in chat. So you have a base stat that represents like everything is done with dice rolls, right? And then you have what are called modifiers based on your stats. And so those modifiers affect how you as a character approach situations, but like in a chance-based way, right? So if I have to do something that requires intelligence, the final number that I get on the D20 will be -1 because I am not an intelligent character. So I have, it's not even that I can just like proceed neutrally. It's that I'm who I am and my stats as a person are holding me back from doing well at intelligence-based things. So that's sort of what this modifier is representing. So like the number at the end of the day is not negative, right? I have an 8 in intelligence, but that translates to it modifying my rolls to be -1. Does that make sense? So, but my strength number is 18. So if I'm trying to do something that requires strength and I roll a die, I get to add 4 onto the number that I roll because as a person, I excel at strength-based challenges and things that necessitate strength. So that's the way that D&D like affects rolls is through modifiers, basically. And then there's like a whole skill system that is also intertwined with that. You can be really good at a skill but not necessarily have a good like stat. It's a whole thing, but yeah. Yes. Your average person has a 10 in all stats, which would translate into a modifier of 0. So a modifier is basically saying this is how much better or worse than a normal person I am. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. What worked, Alex? Are you okay? That strength and this is not the rabbit. This is the cop. This is this guy. He's a human. He's a human, and he's dumb, and I love him. Yeah, I do think D&D is one of those games that like if you sit down with it and play, you know, a level 1 character with some other people who have played before and can help kind of guide you through how the game works, that's the best way to understand. Just me saying all of this stuff out loud, I don't think is super helpful necessarily. It's one of those things that I think you have to experience most likely, but that's coming from a person who does not register things auditorily very well. Bro, I get so many I get so many spells built in to my Paladin oath that I don't know if I'll ever use. And I keep looking at them and trying to figure out, like, how can I creatively use this as dash? I've had that same problem with Fabia. Fabia's, like, warlock spells. I don't use them. I don't ever use them. I don't know when she would use them, you know? And I'm like, does that mean I chose the wrong thing? Probably. But for RP reasons, no. RP is more important to me. So no, I didn't make the wrong choice. I was talking about this with Bree. When Bree and I were like, we should really have a night where we fix our spreadsheets. We were talking about like how we play with people who 100% pick spells and things that make the most sense. Right. And I was like, bro, I don't take a spell. If a spell comes with the class, then fine. But, like, I don't purposefully prepare a spell unless I think my character would know that spell. And Bree was like, me too, dude. We were like, you know, like, sometimes that shit holds you back. But, like, I know the spells that I chose for Dash, he would know those spells. Right? I have a level 3 character with 7 cantrips. I feel like I made a mistake. I mean, cantrips are pretty great. Big fan. How many variants of smite can one paladin prepare and use? I hate how much paladin shit is concentration. I hate it. Currently, I don't have any smites prepared. You just get divine smite. As long as you have a spell slot available, you can just do it. But I was like, fuck this. I got rid of all the smites. I had thunderous smite on there. No, I took it off. Fuck it. Bless? Sure. Because my boy is all about tanking, right? I literally fight with a shield. My whole thing is tanking damage. That's all that I want to be doing. I want to be intercepting. I want to be high AC, thick boy, right? So if I take Shield of Faith, that is concentration. So I can't do any of these fucking smites if I have Shield of Faith up. So if I can have more useful spells in other slots, then I'm doing those, you know. Thunder Smite got my party into so much trouble. It's loud. And we alerted all the guards. That's the other thing. Yeah. I had that prepared and then I reread it and I was like, oh, fuck. It's loud. Of course it is. Of course it is. That makes a lot of sense. Bye, Jerry Reg. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for modding. Yeah, I took Bless. I have Shield of Faith still. Lesser Restoration. He would know that. And I took Zone of Truth. He would know that. I get why concentration is a thing, but it can be super frustrating when a bunch of different spells you want to use are all concentration. Yeah, Bree kept running into that problem. Bree would go to like cast a spell and be like, wait, fuck, is this concentration? Because sometimes, especially early on in Godforged, she would turn into a monkey. But then once you're a monkey, monkey's concentration, you can't do anything else, you know? Yeah, I'm trying to not like... I figure if I can just keep taking things that help me protect the rest of the party, if that is my bread and butter, if that's all that I do and I don't really get big hits in, that's fine. It's okay to make a character that's extremely specialized. That's okay, as long as you like understand how to use them, right? So I'm trying really hard to like know exactly how to use dash. Are you the dad of the party? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. There's an old ass elf who is just grumpy all the fucking time, and there's a hot old vampire guy. And there's Eli. No, there's 3 people who are much more dad than I am. There's so many dads. There are, yeah. Why is Joe always the hot old dad? He's got a niche. Joe has this power that he just makes like old man characters and everyone's like, I don't know, I'd kiss them. So anyway, you should watch Deadbeats. It's good. You're a retribution paladin? No. I just take hits, baby. I just take hits. Not names. Just hits. Jesse stubbed his toe. I hope he doesn't lose the leg. What? What? Ba 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 da 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 da. I'm excited for this Frankenstein thing. I think that's gonna be cool. Da 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 da. It's his latest tweet. I know, I'm trying to find it. Oops. Woke up, immediately stubbed toe. Nice. I did my due diligence. Thoughts and prayers. Dracula is at 100%. Yeah, so we can set up our next Dracula stream as well. Let's see what's going on next Saturday. Doesn't look like anything. I'm gonna wait and see if I'm gonna ask Thierry if she wants to do Friday again. If she wants us to do Friday the 30th for Final Fantasy, then we'll do Dracula on Saturday, October 1st. So it'll depend. It'll depend on Final Fantasy shit. Yeah, September's almost over, dude. It is the 19th. So I mean, we've got a little time, but you know, it's Monday. So we got the rest of this week and then we've got another week and it's done. But this week is planned. Thus the schedule. This week is all planned, dude. Yo. The birthdays that we went to this weekend, for those of you who did not know, we went to 2 birthdays this weekend. We went to one on Saturday and one on Sunday. And I was a little nervous about them because they felt kind of trial by fire to me, which I don't always excel at. These were kids and parents that we had never, ever met. Sam and I both, like, shook hands. We're like, we're going to both. We will go to both, right? So, we went to both birthdays. They were actually great. One of them was at like a miniature railway. Adorable. And the other one was like in a bouncy castle soft play situation, right? But honestly, I'm so glad that we went because I met like so many parents, which again might sound stressful, and it was a little bit, but like I met so many of these parents, and after Clark going to nursery in a situation where, again, understandably, they were really strict about like parents not going in the building. You just never met any of the parents really. We had that one performance that they did where the parents were able to go, and we met a couple of people there, but like other than that, you know. So it's kind of wild for her to start reception and already have met so many of the parents. But the other thing that was really nice was like taking Clark into both of those situations and seeing her immediately recognize and know the name of so many kids, and they also recognized and knew her name and like wanted to play with her, and she had a lot of fun and opened up really fast. I was like, this is so nice for me to see, because we've had so much trouble with the drop-offs and things. Like it was just so nice to be like, she's doing fine, you know, like she gets along really well with all the kids. One of the kids, the kid who had a birthday on Sunday, I was like, what should I put in his card for his birthday? And she was like, right, I love you. I was like, that might be a little full on Clarky. And she was like, I do. I love him. I was like, okay. All right. She was like, I love all of my friends. Why can't I write I love you in the card? I was like, you know, there's nothing wrong with writing I love you in the card. There's nothing wrong with that. It was difficult for me to like try to explain. I'm sure that your friend would not mind a card that said I love you. I think their parents would be like, wow, full on. You know? It was just very cute. She was like, I love all of my friends. I should be allowed to write I love you in a card. I was like, you know what? Fair enough. So we came to a compromise and we wrote happy birthday, love, Clark. It's like, I think that's the right midpoint here. But it was very cute. It was very, very cute to watch all of them play together. One kid at the first birthday, one kid I guess had been there and refused to play with anybody for like 10 minutes, and then we showed up with Clark, and immediately this kid was like, oh, it's Clark, and got so excited and ran over and played with Clark. And so we like met her parents, and she was like, oh my god, thank goodness, because like she just wouldn't play with anybody. I'm so relieved. It was very sweet. And then Clark didn't want to hold her hand anymore, and she got really pissed about it, and then they didn't play together for like an hour. I was like, damn, you know, life comes at you fast when you're a kid. And then they, at the other birthday, which they were both at as well, at the other birthday, Clark was like, do you want to sit next to me while we eat? And this girl was like, no. And then they didn't sit next to each other. And then she went to her mom and was like, I want to sit next to Clark. And her mom was like, what do you want me to do about that? It's just like a whole thing. But it was very cute. There's a lot of really like quirky kids in that class. I think all kids are, you know, but it was really fun to just like see the sort of kids that she's in class with, you know. Bye, Marian. Thank you for modding. Da, 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 da. Okay. That's the other thing that I really want to do. What's that tune? Oh, it's called Pass Me the Knife by... Oh, shit. What's their... I love this song. I don't know why. It gets stuck in... By No Me. N-O/me. Pass Me the Knife. It is an earworm. I love this song. It's very good. There's also a weird Korean song called Squat that I've had stuck in my head for a few days. It's really weird to listen to what sounds deceptively like a K-pop song, and I guess technically is a K-pop song, but it's entirely about butts. It feels off-brand. It's really strange. 2 birthday parties so early in the school year. It must be a good way to bond with new classmates. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons that we were like, we have to go to both. We have to go to both. And both of us, like as parents, we're both going to go to both birthdays. We're going to meet some other parents, you know, we're both going to like show up and be involved. But yeah. I was saying to before Godforge started, I was talking about the same thing, and I was saying that like it's really interesting because our job is the sort of job where a lot of times we'll sort of avoid the finer details of it. If somebody's like, what do you do for a living? You know, we'll be like, there's a big difference between saying, oh, I stream live on the internet and play video games versus being like, oh, I just work from home, you know, I have a desk job, I'm self-employed, and just like leaving it really vague, right? There's like 2 different versions, like 2 different ways to approach that. And I was saying it's really fun actually to be in that situation with Sam, because Sam got into conversations with so many people, and it was really interesting to see who Sam would say, yeah, I play video games too, versus I just work from home. You know, I work from home. I'm self-employed, right? And it sort of, it gave me insight into like, who was Sam talking to where he would think to himself, I wouldn't mind continuing to talk to this person, right? Because the second that you're like, oh, I play video games, they're like, tell me more. How do you make money off of that? What sort of games do you play? You know, like there's always a million questions after that. But if you're like, I work from home, I work on my computer, they're like, it must be boring. And they don't ask any more questions, you know? No, since coming to England, I don't think I've run into a person that knows who I am. Or at the very least, they haven't said that they know who I am, so. Do you ever say I own a coffee company? No. If there's a reason to bring that up, sometimes Sam likes to gas me up a lot, which is very sweet. Sometimes people will be talking about, say for example, coffee, and Sam will out of the blue be like, Brooke owns a coffee company. Just drop it in there like, Brooke owns a really successful coffee company that's based in America. And look at me like, go on. And I'll be like, thanks, honey. To gas somebody up means to like, like to inflate their ego is where it comes from, to be like, you know, so and so is doing this really cool thing, or so and so is just like amazing at X, Y, and Z, right? That's where kind of where it comes from. If somebody ever says like that they're being gassed up, it's a good thing. Yeah, we do Jacksepticeye's coffee as well. We do Dodger coffee, my favorite coffee, which is the Smosh one. We do Carlin Bros. We do and we do Jack's, the top of the morning coffee. Yeah. Sam is such like a dream guy. I both want to be him and have someone in my life who is like him. That's very sweet. Yes, I'm very lucky. I just listened to Pass Me the Knife. It was pretty fab. It's a good song, right? It's a bop. I wanted that to look wackier than it did. That was a real letdown just then. Oh, look up Akira Coffee. Akira. Look up Akira Coffee and you'll be able to it'll list off all of the brands that we cover and stuff. Did James Hoffman covering YouTuber coffee made you nervous at all? No, not necessarily. I think like influencer branded anything is worth putting a spotlight on for sure. Not in like a go buy it sort of way, but in like a we should talk about this kind of way, you know? I've been thinking a lot about all those sorts of things. It's one of the reasons that like a lot of it doesn't always lead anywhere right away, but like a lot of the Dodger Coffee meetings have some sort of an element of like how can we have a more sustainable brand? How can we like do things in a way where we're like how can we be a company that's like trying to do more things correctly or like in a more like earth focused way, you know? I think that with like more and more people being approached by companies and them saying like, what do you want to make? We can make you anything, you know? The allure of that is really exciting. But a lot of times it also means you don't know what's going on the back end, you know? And I've definitely put myself in that position quite a few times. Where like, you're just like, yes, I want to make this thing. There's this company who says that they can make it for me. Right. And you don't know where they're getting it from. You don't know how it's being produced. You don't know how it's being made. And, you know, with influencers, quote unquote, being more and more and more of a thing, there's more and more people that are being approached by companies saying, hey, we can make you X, Y, and Z thing, you know? So I think it is worth like looking at the quality and the methods of all of this sort of stuff. I think that is really important. So, yeah. James Hoffman reviewing the coffee, I think is part of a bigger conversation that needed to happen for sure. Sometimes I can't tell if my kid is crying or laughing. I know I've said that many times, but... Yeah, no, I think... Sorry, I scrolled back up and I saw a comment. I didn't want to watch it. No, I didn't want to watch the video. But I think the way that I read the question of like, did it make you nervous when James Hoffman was reviewing influencer coffee? The way that I read that was like, did it make you think that it was going to affect profits? That's how I was reading it. So that's how I was responding to it. No, it didn't concern me in that way. James Hoffman is like a huge coffee YouTuber, and he's awesome, and you should absolutely go watch him. No, he did a video around influencer coffee that focused a lot on Jack's brand, which we do. So bye, Sprinkle. They're coffee YouTubers now. Oh yeah, there's a bunch. There's also a bunch of people who do reviews of like different methods of making coffee and stuff on TikTok. Big fan of those. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Were you the first YouTuber with a coffee brand? No. There were other established like coffee brands that at the very least were produced by or partially owned by other people. I was not the first person to do that. There's a great clip of the LMG Wan show where he spoke about the reviews that they got following the launch of their screwdriver, and he basically said they won't gain much from a good review, but a bad review could bankrupt the project. Oh, that's interesting. What's the weirdest brand / merch that influencers have made? Oh gosh, I'm sure people have well, bathwater is weird. Aside from that, I'm not really sure. Negative opinions and reviews have way more consequences than positive ones. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, you know, I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but like selling your own bathwater or your own farts or like any of that sort of stuff. You do you. I would put it in the list of things that like I think are more like off the wall to sell to people. David is like super. David is my business partner who runs Akira. David is super into hot sauce. And we've had a few different conversations where he's been like, what if we did a hot sauce, dude? Should we do a hot sauce? Should we get into the hot sauce game? The bathwater was weird as a consumer item, but smart as a business move. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is also a good way to put that. Like, that person was like, people will buy bathwater. I should be selling bathwater. And they were correct, you know? I tried the honey you sell. It was very good. I'm so glad. It's honey on a very little farm with a cute little old couple. As someone about to buy the Hot Ones set of sauces, dude. Sam and I have thought about getting those before, but like, I'm the only person in the house that really uses hot sauces anyway, and I use them pretty intermittently. And some of those hot sauces, I don't think I would ever want to try. You know, like some of them, I don't think I would ever like really go hard on. So. The hot sauce set from Hot Ones is $120. My buddy had the last dab once and we died. Oh my God. I don't drink coffee. Am I missing out? Coffee is very bitter. It's very bitter and acidic. Depending on the roast and how it's brewed, it can be less bitter and less acidic. But I think generally, if people don't like bitter drinks, they're going to wind up just chucking a ton of sugar in there. In which case you're tasting the sugar and not the coffee, you know? So, you know, it depends on what you like. What do you like flavor-wise? My friend got excluded from school for a day. He bought hot sauce. Oh, he brought hot sauce in and 3 people had to go to the hospital. Oh my God. Horrifying. You had a QR code on your vest? No. It's just the logo. Lucy and Yak. I can't drink coffee too often. It tends to really upset my stomach. Yeah, that's very normal. People that really love coffee but tend to find that it's kind of rough on their stomach or it's like too acidic. We normally recommend cold brew too. Because the process of making cold brew results in a less acidic coffee. So if you've never tried it before, but you miss coffee, cold brew coffee might make your tummy not hurt as much, but it tends to be stronger. So, you know. Okie dokie, artichokes. Tonight is Hellions. That happens on Going Crit RPG, which is a different channel. It is a D&D show where we all play a bunch of kids in adventure school that are caught in a time loop. So it's very fun. Thank you all very much for contributing to the new Dracula challenge. We hit that. So that's exciting. Okay, bye-bye. Let's see. This is from 2 days ago, but I'm still going to read it. I'll give the points back. But it was from Smoonsky6, who said, I just wanted to thank all of you who wished me well on my interview the other day. I appreciate you all. So that was a sweet message. But I've given your points back because I didn't read it at the time that you asked me to. Killia said, I just came back from visiting my long-distance partner in Germany. I haven't had a single fear about the distance because of you and Sam and all the tips you both have given throughout the years. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm rooting for you guys. I hope it was a good visit. I'm opening up raid leader. So if there's anybody you guys would like us to raid, go ahead and do that. It'll be about 3 hours from now that Hellions happens. So we got some time if you want to watch something else for a little bit. But in the meantime, let's see. Bobbit the Dragon, thank you for the 20 months. Frankaboom for the 7. Lord Crier for the 22. Jahome for the 22 as well. Katie the Cat for the 25. Beauregard for the 62. Sponge Fairy for the 3 years. Happy anniversary. Yeah. Thank you very much for the 3 years. 1, 2, 3. I appreciate it. I'm going to scooch this up. I'm sick of like desperately trying to find it. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Hell yeah. Hall Like Hallway, thank you for the 29. Dojums for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Fenring for the 11. Starfleet Skater for the 32. Paper Stained Ink for the 53. Eggs and Mint for the 20. Lurker Jean for the 50. Stellar Sorcerer for the 11. Leovic for the 22. Fairly Funny Feline Friend, thank you for the 18. Sir Servo for the 69. Space Candy for the raid, thank you again very much. If you stuck around after a raid today, I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. Gabro, thank you for the 27. Open Face Sandwich for the 23. Simeon Wizard for the 43. Awesome Lepossum for the 51. Villas Farthuk for the 43. Red Lips Blue Veins for the 25. Screamin' Penguin for the 27. Mighty Metal for the 61. Sparkling Parfait for the 14. Soggy Tissue, thank you very much for the raid as well. Daryl Bigums for the 74, McBig Hat for the 87, Witch T for the 54, MJL for the 22, and Anonymous Gifter gifted a sub. Thank you very much. Mighty Deacon for the 57, Strikers for the 51, Sifandrius for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much. Dionico for the 22, Phantom for the 41, Baker Base for all the gifted subs. Thank you very much. Konatai Izumi for the 31, PM Molu for the 21. Aitani, thank you so much for the gifted subs as well. Welcome to the Cat Gang, everybody who was gifted a sub today. Flamin' Buddha for the 21, Asher Lee for the 73, Fid Tech for the 75, Dor Lugas for the 63, Relict, thank you for the 3, Rosa for the 74, Jazzy Dude for the 43, and Squid Kid Inc. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you, guys. We have a raid leader, Rotten Poppy. Let's see what they're up to. What are they doing? What you doing? Just chatting. Just hanging out, chitty chatting. All right. I'll send you over. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the feedback as well on the schedule. I'll still keep playing around with it and messing with it, but hopefully the schedule will be helpful in the future. That would be fantastic. Thank you all very much. Watch Hellions if you're looking for something later. And otherwise, I guess take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.